Make haste, the show's just getting started. Welcome back to the Knights of the Fixed Ops Roundtable event.
We've got the royalty of retail here to lead the charge into change. Please welcome the Leading Change panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This panel is about leading change in retail automotive, and I'd like to welcome the panel. Here with us today are Sarah Vantine, Steve Greenfield is here today, Tully Williams is with us, Fred Fordin is with us, and Ed Roberts is with us. And this is, Sarah, I think this is like the dream team. What do you say?
Oh, this is the who's who for this future of automotive retail panel. I can't wait to get into this topic.
Yeah. So everybody, without any delay, let's kind of take a look ahead. Ed, we've talked about this topic in the past, but leading change in retail automotive in our industry, what does that look like to you over the next 5 years from the retail perspective? And then I'll come to everybody else on the panel.
Well, from my standpoint, it's being more flexible. For decades, and you hear me talk about it, Ted, we have forced customers to go through our process, not even questioning or putting their consideration in a concern. But if we look at it from the customer's lens and look at it backwards from what we normally would, they are asking for flexibility, and we need to become more flexible and meet them on their terms rather than force them through the same process that they've told us they've hated for decades.
And Ed, you walk the talk. You've done a couple things in recent years, especially last year in 2023. And I think 2024 is going to be a real breakout year for what you're doing there with the mobile operation at Bozard. If you want to tell us a little bit about that.
It's not just the mobile element, it's remote services in general. So anything that we can do outside the store, whether it's a delivery, whether it's pickup and delivery for service, whether it's mobile service, whatever it may be, is preventing the customer from having to darken our door. And we've paid so much money for decades to get them to darken the door. And then we have to pay so much money to get them to do it again. And we're going to prevent that. And so we have really put together an initiative, hired the first remote services director in the country late last year. And we're off and running. And by middle of this year, we'll be running nearly 50 mobile trucks. But our goal is to be able to service any customer anywhere within 24 hours. And sometimes that service can't be completed within 24 hours, or maybe it's just to go tell them that it's safe to drive and we do need to bring it into the shop or whatever it may be, but to put that customer at ease and take them out of the market within 24 hours.
Ed, did you say 50?
50.
Wow.
And we're not stopping there. That's just the goal by mid-year. And we're 4 weeks into this year, so got to keep that ball rolling.
Steve Greenfield, fascinating to see the change that's accelerating in our industry. And what do you see ahead for leading change over the next few years?
Yeah, I like what Ed characterized as being more flexible. I mean, I would kind of riff off of that. I think it's really meeting consumer demands, as he said, where they are. And those consumer demands are going to continue to accelerate. So we're going to see consumers, demanding more from dealers overall. And those dealers that aren't ready to be flexible, be more proactive, et cetera. And then I would say that the flip side of that is it's all about the human capital, right? It's about the frontline employees and whether or not they're going to be able to accommodate this, and whether those frontline employees are reaching out to those customers electronically, chat, email, et cetera, or whether they're meeting them in the showroom or the service bays. I think that, the consumers' expectations are rising quickly. The dealers that are able to take market share are going to be those that are much more proactive, much more focused on ensuring the employees are trained properly and are ready to accommodate and, to Ed's point, be flexible to be able to meet consumers' expectations as they continue to expand.
Sarah, what do you see ahead, talking about consumer expectations? I know you have your finger on the pulse of the market. What do you see out there?
Well, there's been a lot of announcements, and the biggest one that comes to mind is the start of the Amazon Hyundai partnership that just kicked off this year. And so when you think about what does that mean for retail automotive, at the end of the day, it really means that the customer wants to have different ways that they can choose to do business with whatever dealership or with whatever entity will ultimately provide that service or good to them. And so I think the biggest thing that I'm excited about, I've had a lot of conversations with people talking about their BDC departments. And that's a really interesting topic of conversation because there are so many facets of technology that dealerships are leveraging. There's so many different tools that they're utilizing to help their customers have a better experience. But bridging all of those pieces together can sometimes be a challenge. And so I think the biggest thing that's going to happen in the next 5 years in retail automotive is you're going to see a shift to more of a BDC mindset. You're going to have people that are going to embrace that customer, if it's by phone, if it's through chat, if it's through text messages, if it's through some kind of AI that's being monitored by a human being at the store. They're going to want to provide this customer and their customers with a more seamless experience and meet them where they are. And Ed's dealership is another great testament to that, with how he's leveraging the way that customers want to have an easy experience and do their business the way that works for them.
Fred, you're no stranger to leading change in the retail automotive industry. What are you seeing out there right now? Here we are, almost done with the first month of the year.
Yeah, this is a really, it's such an interesting opportunity for us as an industry. I listened to Ed just now, and what he did was he kept it simple. And then you listen to Sarah, she focused in on one thing and she kept it simple. As we look at the different generations that are our customer base, currently they want different things, right? My generation still wants to show up at the dealership and touch the car and drive it. And, I'm an old man. I'm going to be 70 years old shortly. My granddaughter is 2.5. She can completely operate her computer. She knows how to operate the television remote. The difference in the way each generation from mine to hers has learned about technology and communication is so vastly different than what I grew up with or what you grew up with, that we can try and anticipate what they're looking for, but there's so much what feels right, what feels good right now. And it's not just that the customer base has changed, but now we've got EVs. The industry is changing. What we do is changing. And so it's like this big mosh pit of all of these new opportunities for us. And what's going to happen is the folks that are smart and really receive the signal from the customer are the ones that are going to succeed the most.
Steve, before I go over to Tully, let me come back to a point that Fred just made. There are so many generations in the retail automotive industry to cater to now, particularly on the technology front. How do you see that affecting, a lot of companies that are, you see startups, you see things coming in before other people see them. How do you see that affecting change?
Yeah, so I think that we're going to continue to see this proliferation of media messaging, right? Dealers will have to adopt, for example, TikTok advertising. As much as, it seems alien to me at my age in terms of like getting on TikTok and just consuming media that way, you can see just how quickly these new social media modalities have kind of taken off and gotten adoption. And then I think at the same time, I think just to summarize everything I think has been said so far, is that the dealers need to be very flexible with the way that they meet the customers, with the way they want to be communicated, the means by which they want to be communicated, et cetera. And, we're going to have to make sure that the next generation of dealer employees are very representative of the customer base in the local area, to make sure that they can communicate effectively with customers as those customers grow into being lifetime customers at the dealership.
Tully, you're on the front lines there at the Nilo company out in Sacramento, just like Ed. Tully, what are you seeing?
I think Steve had a great point there. Is that it's about training our personnel, our great team members, to do what's right for the customer, right? But also adapt. Ed's adapting by going out there to people's houses, right? Adapt to texting. We kind of laugh at it. What does a service writer do every day? They grab their phone, and I think that it's training people to communicate with customers the way that they wanted to be communicated with. We want them to say yes. Is it with their phone? Is it through an email? Or is it on the phone? It's going to be one of the things, right? And I think that when we look at it, what I see is the need, and what I see is going to come is great technology coming together to make it happen. The problem we have in the automotive world is everybody doesn't want to talk to everybody. We can't even get Cox's products to talk to each other very well, right? And I think that when you look at products and I think texting is the biggest issue, is that it's hard to get products that sync with our DMSs or with whatever the write-up tool you're using, right? You know, I'm an Xtime person. So but the texting program and the communications, I would say, are about half of what they should be today. And the technology today, to me, is unlimited. And as we have young people like Fred was saying, the daughter at 2.5 years old, she should be able to say yes to a oil change at the age of 5 because we want it that easy. And if we want complexity, we'll have that complexity. But what I really see coming is technology helping our great team members be successful, which in turn makes it easy for our customer. That's what I see coming.
Steve, what do you see happening in terms of artificial intelligence? I know Fred, Sarah, Ed, and Tully, we've all talked about that. Steve, what do you see coming in ahead for us?
Yeah, so I think I would riff off of what Tully just said. You know, I think it's a good catchphrase, like have the vendors' technology make it easier for our team members. And I think we're going to see that. I think that you know, the artificial intelligence for the first wave here is going to be very much about sort of like what do I have in terms of an upsell for a dealer to embrace artificial intelligence. I think where it really becomes effective is when artificial intelligence just exists in every product, and the goal is to make every employee's job easier, to augment their intelligence. Employees should seem smarter, should be able to get more work done quicker because they're relying on sort of a suite of like artificial intelligence enabled tools around them to make sure it keeps them out of trouble. Their spelling improves, their grammar improves. They can get more communications out in any given time frame, and they can get more work done more quickly. And I think, you know, the pressure will be on the vendors to weave in artificial intelligence effectively to make all of the team members much more effective in terms of customer experience.
Brian Kramer, you're here right on cue because we wanted to talk a little bit about appraisal tools, and we figured you were waiting to the last minute to come in, so you're right on time, Brian. Brian, has been a big focus. We've seen it over the last few months, last few years on trade appraisal tools. You, Brian Kramer, have been a big part of that. What do you see that's next for our industry there?
So we see a few things, and actually, I apologize for my showing up late, but I was actually on a call about this right before this. So what we see is harnessing data that already exists, that's in a data lake somewhere, but it's not easily to activate for car dealers. So let's say that Ed Roberts has 300 used cars in stock, and he wants to price it compared to the industry. What's the accuracy of that competitive set from all the other dealers? Are they as sharp as he is, or are they on a Ford F-150? Are they 30% accurate on their competitive set versus 70%? Does he really need to lower the price, or does he need an AI recommendation? Hey, by the way, if you do this, or reducing the price of this is going to get you this many more impressions. Or maybe it's not it's a vehicle of low scarcity, and recommending to dealers so that they don't have to use all the tribal knowledge. Now it's going to obviously flatten out the leveling the playing field, and then it's going to come down to coaching, leading, developing, and promoting. Which is really the core fundamentals of what everybody does, calling customers, dealing with human beings. I think that's the future of it. But I think that by, like what Steve was saying, by enabling dealers to be able to determine, should I pay to increase the SRPs and VDPs like you do on Facebook or Twitter? If I spend this much in this period of time, after hours, maybe when there's no dealership employees, last weekend of the year when maybe we don't have staff that's available on a Sunday, and they want to be able to do something for that Monday, President's Day or whatever it is, to be able to have a SaaS model that's autonomous so that they can do it by a VIN-based level retail or acquisition strategy. I think there's so much data, it's just not easy for the dealers to get it, and our goal is to unlock that.
Ed, there's been sort of an awakening in our industry on the retail side on the value of the trade appraisals and the importance of doing them and making it easy, Ed, like you say, taking the friction points out, Ed. What do you see ahead there?
Well, COVID really pulled us back into what used cars could be. And then we went through all the fluctuations in 2023 of the market being so volatile. But we need a tool to make sure that we understand where the market is, and that when we can identify that a vehicle stands above what the competition is and know whether we need to be at 103%, if we need to be 98%, or whatever it may need to be, we need those tools that are readily available to us so that we can be efficient and make decisions timely enough to be able to capture the opportunity that we have with that vehicle. Because as all of us know, our real opportunities are first 7 days. We can talk about we hold on to them for this long, or 60 or 30 or 45, but our first window of opportunity is 7 days. And if we're not capitalizing on our opportunities in that first 7 days, then we have to look at ourselves in the mirror. And there's so many tools that's come out, and there's so many tools that's enhanced themselves over the last couple of years for us to do that. It puts the control in our hands to either drive it or to avoid it. And if you avoid it, you know what happens there.
Steve, this focus on the trade evaluation, I see that getting even stronger as we go into the year and the years ahead.
Yeah, I think that it'd be great to hear what Brian thinks. I think we're entering a new world that could be great for dealers or really hurt dealers, where a lot of the window sticker items that were originally built into the vehicle may or may not be active at the point that the car gets traded in. And a dealer that's trading in an off-brand vehicle might look at this vehicle and say, look, I'm not really confident with how this car is actually equipped and whether a number of the features that are currently active on this vehicle, when that consumer goes back today and cancels a lot of those features on their credit card, what that vehicle is going to look like tomorrow. So I think, all of this can be solved through data. If you have really good data and you're able to pull up on a VIN by VIN basis, how is the car built? Which of those features are currently activated? What's the consumer paying for those features on a monthly basis? But it's going to be an interesting world, fraught with many challenges for those dealers that aren't prepared. But it's going to be increasingly important to have data at your fingertips to make sure that you aren't burned, a day later or a week later when you find out that the car you just bought wasn't actually the car that you thought it was.
Brian, you talked at a recent Fixed Ops Roundtable about the fluctuation in market values, how quick that can happen. A dealer who doesn't take advantage of this type of data, Brian, is really at a disadvantage, aren't they?
If you take a look at CarMax, Carvana, anybody who's hiring a lot of employees right now, it's not the traditional sales listings that you used to see. It's data scientists, data engineers, large language model engineers, RPA engineers. And it's just not, when you look on LinkedIn to see at large organizations, what type of positions do they have working for them? They're data scientists. And most dealers are not equipped to be able to run like that. So I think that either integrating, leveraging some sort of AI partner, if they're not doing that, they're going to be not sell their business in the next 3 to 5 years. It's not a matter of if, it's just inevitable. And to piggyback on what Steve was saying, I think that OTAs and over-the-air updates, although there's some things that might be frustrating about it, I think it's also, if you embrace it, no differently than the internet back in the early 2000s or late 90s, that by harnessing that data and using it correctly, you can make your spend so much more efficient when it comes to fixed ops. You can market directly without having their PII and all those sorts of things, just by doing the data profiles that everything the OEM is going to unlock and allow everybody to use in a much more smart and efficient way. Not to mention the fact that from an appraisal standpoint, you'll be able to appraise a client's vehicle 1,000 miles away because you'll be able to run DTC, 109,000 DTC codes or diagnostic trouble codes, and be able to be more aggressive instead of being risk averse on a car that's not there. I think that's really where the market is going to level set. And everybody's like, oh, you can't do this without it physically being there. Maybe that used to be the case, but it's going to be like cell phones when that happens. And then it's going to come down again, like what Steve was talking about. What's the equipment on the vehicle? Do you have the over-the-air build sheet updates to know which ones are subscription models versus permanent build models? And whoever has the equivalent of a 26-digit VIN, because you can decode that much on an over-the-air update from a it's just a, what do they call it? The fifth screen of an API. It's of a tech stack. It's just another device, and harnessed correctly, it's another data lake that will, could actually reduce dealers' spend significantly while increasing revenue and gross profit.
Fred, fascinating to see all this technology, how it's playing out, and amazing how fixed operations is really still central to all of these things, Fred.
Yeah, no doubt. So as a technology company, if we look at the history, it really gets interesting. So we go back 20, 30, 40 years. You had great used car managers, but that was the very, very small percentage. And then there was everybody else. And Brian just said it, risk aversion, right? I watched more used car guys avert the risk, avoid the risk, and leave so much money on the table as we went in and consulted over the years to their dealerships, that it was scary, right? But they also knew if they ended up 25,000 underwater at the end of the month on their financial statement, that could cost them their job, right? So it's always been a very, very scary place to be in our industry. And so all of this technology and Brian's description just now of all of the things going into tech, look what we did with fixed operations over the last 20 years, right? First, we had inspection products. We had ASO Pro. We had MPI Edge. Then all of a sudden, we started having Recon tools come right behind that. And so now we're doing a better job as an industry of controlling the costs on Recon. And more importantly, perhaps than the cost, is the time factor involved in getting that vehicle frontline ready, right? So we've progressed over the last 20 years to fix those things. The same thing is now beginning to happen with used car inventory. There's more and more data. The one thing about used car inventory and values that we can't control is what happens out in the economy that we're not ready for, right? COVID hits, boom. As an industry, we have no new cars. I sold my 2020 F-250 after driving it for 3 years. I paid $95,000 for that thing when I bought it, and I sold it for $80,000 3 years later because I knew the market was right there. Boom, get out of this thing now. Well, that's not typical of our industry, and that's not something that we can foresee with software. So there's still always going to be who's the good car guy, who understands this beyond just the data. Yeah, you got to use the data, but then you've also got to have some foresight. You got to have some experience at knowing when to pull the trigger and when to let it go.
Tully, what are you seeing there?
When we look at, it was an interesting article that came out, the Cox study about what customers are feeling, and they're worried about fixed ops. And what I worry about is I worry about people being harassed in the service drive, and we harass our customers to buy their car. Now, here's the deal. I want to buy the customer's car because the best used car is a customer's trade-in that has a warranty on it. So I think that we have to use technology to make it easier for the customer and the customer not to feel threatened that every time they're going to run in, we're going to run out to the car and try to buy it from them. Because we're in the repeat referral business. We're not in the buy one car and see you later business. And I think we need to utilize it. How do we give those great estimates? Brian said that over the air. How can we get that to the customer where they're not going to feel threatened at home maybe? Or when they have their service appointment, we send it to them before they come in. Because if we start harassing people in the service drive, the dealership will die. And you got to remember, we are selling the next 1,000 cars. The sales department sells the first car. And I think that we have to be educated enough and have technology to help our great team members, not AI, our great team members help say, do you want to buy that car or do you want to get your car fixed? I think that to me is the biggest challenge coming up.
Brian, I'll let you respond to that.
That was a hot topic this morning on Clubhouse, a real hot topic. And it started with lifecycle management, right? And where because typically you have two different flows. You've got either your Xtime or Dealer FX, and you've got your eLead or your Vin Solutions, and they're running concurrently. And in many cases, like in my dealership, they didn't talk to each other. So we had a confirmation email coming out from the acquisition team. Hey, we want to buy your car, which did have totally a link to, hey, if you want to know what's worth prior to arrival, here it is. But the service manager's email was going out the same day. So now our opt-out rate goes up because they're like, why are they, it's the right hand not talking to the left hand. So I think that everybody needs to kind of peel back, take a look at what does your journey want to look like? Not what it looked like in 2010 when those CRMs were built and those workflows were created. But today, what does it look like? That's where AI comes in. But AI, as I was talking to a bunch of dealers today, to tell his point, they're like, well, how do I, they got the 12-month email in most CRMs. Hey, call them and see if you can, Sarah, you know this from the BDC world. See if you can trade them out of their vehicle. Well, that's taken literally. That's not going to go very well because it's not intended to be like that. And when you peel back the layers behind that, I think that what they're saying is, actually, what I said is you shouldn't sell. You shouldn't sell 12 months, birthdays, anniversaries. That's something different. You should give them something. You should give them some sort of discount on accessories or something like, we all get on our birthdays from all these different vendors. We don't redeem them 90% of the time, but it's like earned media versus paid media. They gave it to me. I know I didn't redeem my Longhorn gift card or my, whatever, the ice cream thing that somebody sent me. But at least it was nice that they sent it instead of them trying to pitch slap me, as I say, and trying to slap me with pitches, trying to sell me something. Now, I do think that by decentralizing that and enabling it, if somebody doesn't want to sell their car, the first answer should be not a problem. Whenever you do decide that you do want to sell it, and here's my business card, there's a QR code in the back, you can scan it, and that'll give you a guaranteed value. But we're always in the market, so they don't go to like CarMax or Carvana or something like that. But in addition to that, the marketing spend, if you have a lockdown process like that, should shift regardless of what the external conditions are. If you have, the new car sales going down, it always should shift to the service department, because there's always traffic coming in through the side door. It's more volatile coming in through the front door, but that's the only consistent way. But I think that you have to be tactful about how you're engaged with these clients.
Last question for the panel today. I'll make it a lightning round. Talk about EVs. I'll start with Steve Greenfield. Everyone, if you keep your answer to 30 seconds or so. Steve, what do you see ahead for EVs this year, and what bottlenecks are ahead? I'll start with you, and then over to Sarah, over to Ed Roberts, Fred Fordin, Tully, and I'll have Brian bring it home.
I think we'll continue to see softening consumer demand, an oversupplied environment as more the legacy automakers bring more supply online. I think that increased incentives, great discounts for consumers, probably no front-end margin for dealers, for the legacy automakers for the most part on EVs. The first generation will continue to have issues with recalls, so the dealers will be busier than ever for the first generation. Longer term, dealers should be looking at this and saying, on a car-by-car basis, I may have longer service intervals and not see the cars as frequently.
Wonderful. Sarah, your thoughts, EVs?
I'm going to switch to the service side for a second. So, one of the challenges that customers may anticipate would be getting the vehicle in for some of those recalls if they have an older vehicle, the timing in the dealership and the availability to schedule those. That could be a bottleneck for dealerships, because as they try to move their technicians that are certified to handle that work, having those vehicles go through, you don't want to neglect your other forms of business. You don't want to neglect the maintenance and those other items that are coming in. So from a consumer standpoint, I think one of the bottlenecks that we do need to address is education. A lot of consumers aren't educated about what to expect with their EV vehicle. They aren't educated about how it can be beneficial to them in their marketplace. So it's up to us as the dealership to be that voice in the community, and up to us to really inform the customer of what their options are and be ahead of that curve rather than reactive.
Excellent. Ed Roberts.
Well, most all manufacturers has pulled back on the volume of production, but we still have to sell the ones that they're pushing out there, and we still have to work on infrastructure. And there's tons of opportunity to help with our customers' home infrastructure. But for instance, last month when my daughter was traveling, she drives an EV, but I took her my hybrid vehicle to let her drive it because I did not want her to be a target out on the side of the interstate, getting the charge at Christmas time, knowing with everybody in the world knowing that she's traveling and all those things. There's opportunity there. We got to clarify the tax laws. We know the tax laws because we're in the business. Thankfully, now we can apply that to the purchase price or the sales contract, but our customer still doesn't understand those tax laws, and we got to help clarify that with them. And then we got to work on affordability with them.
Well said, Ed. Thank you. Fred Fordin.
I think Steve covered most of it really well. The other thing I'll add is, the Fed is the one that has pushed us to the EV reality. And I think what's going to happen eventually is they're going to have to help build the infrastructure of all of the chargers and all of the things that have to happen to make this reality hold up, because otherwise, it all comes tumbling down if the infrastructure is not there.
Excellent. Tully Williams.
Steve was spot on. I think that on the service side here is EVs are a challenge. The worst built cars in America are all EVs. We have cars that are in our shops for months, and I'm going to say it one more time, for months for parts. This is not a good EV commercial. But I think that EVs are here to stay. I think we're in the learning phase. I kind of remember it in the early 80s when I was in the business, that when they put a computer in the car, it took us a little bit to get it figured out. But I think that we need to educate our customers about what an EV is all about. EV is not a car that you're going to take to New York. EV is a car you go get your groceries and go to work in, and just be open and tell them how it works. And then we have to encourage them to show up at the dealership for those annual services to make sure that we do keep your car up to date with the latest technology. And, and they all think that when they buy an EV, it's a one and done. And that is not the case. Education by humans is the best part.
Thank you, Tully. Brian Kramer, bring it home.
I would say the first thing is that for dealers that are trying to, I see a lot of dealers that go around the country where the salespeople, the sales force, the service advisors are not as educated about EVs as they should be. It's kind of like, Ted, you remember this with Toyota and Lexus when hybrids first came out. Everybody would try to flip everybody to a gas engine because they weren't as knowledgeable about what a hybrid was doing. Now, obviously, that's changed since, but I think we're kind of at that same point with EVs. I agree with Fred when he's saying that the market's forced. We see only 4% of searches on EVs on cars.com out of 28 million searches a month. 4% of them are looking for EVs. Yet the supply doesn't align with that because there's union agreements and there's certain things that all the legacy OEMs have had to produce, and they're going to produce those cars regardless. I mean, that genie's already out of the bottle and it's not going back in. And I think that for dealers, if you're not the EV expert, which they all need to be, but they need to have a champion or whatever in the service drive or service department. They need to have a champion on the sales department and somebody who's leading that charge from an online search standpoint. You can own the market from a service marketing standpoint on EVs because there's so few that are dominating that from an SEO standpoint. And I think that, overall, if you're not the best end user yet as a dealer, don't try to market it and advertise it as if you are. And if you take one of these in on trade, if you don't have the staff that's equipped to sell it, what we see is it's like the Pareto principle. 80% of the hybrids are sold by 20% of the dealers or EVs in the country. So if you're not equipped with the financing and the knowledge and you're trying to sell these things used, you're going to end up losing money wholesale anyway, sometimes $20,000, $30,000 we're seeing, as a common occurrence. So if you're not tuned in to the recalls that just happened with Tesla and the over-the-air updates and how it wasn't a big deal, and you're not dialed into that on a daily basis, I would advise dealers to let somebody else who is dialed in on that handle that, just like a subprime deal or like a 3-bad Carfax welded back together chassis. Treat it the same way. You don't have to be the best end user on every single EV. It's like legalized gambling.
I want to thank the Leading Change panel. Thank you, everybody. Great information. Steve Greenfield, Sarah Vantine, Tully Williams, Fred Fordin, Ed Roberts, and Brian Kramer here today with us at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
How's everyone out there doing today? Give you a quick tour around Ozark, Fort Lincoln. Got Ryan heading out for a test drive. I had 98 total bays here. Got different quotes on the oil racks. These guys pick their own quotes. Get a little ownership. We keep this place, hopefully you guys can see how clean this place is. We're trying to keep this place clean because we keep it clean. Ultimately, it allows these guys a better atmosphere to both keep your car clean as well. Come on, let's go meet a few people. This is one of the busiest shops on the East Coast. This is one of 3 service buildings that we have. Montana. How you doing, sir? Montana's got a handful of struts here. We won't keep our own trucking, sir. Thank you. We got a few guys over here hanging out. We'll go over there and interrupt that party. As you can see, there's vehicles in every bay. These guys have as much work as they want to do. Gentlemen, how we doing? Great. Connor? Dan? What are you guys doing? Working. Got anything happen? All right. Cool. I know it's quick, but it's a quick tour around or through Ozark service. Got guys through. I don't want to interrupt too many of them. These guys are just hanging out, having fun, so they're not turning any hours at the moment, but they will be. We'll see you in a few.
Join Mark Quinn and Ted Ings as we learn how to unlock your dealership's potential using Skaivision's new AI technology.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's a great honor to welcome Mark Quinn, the CEO of Skaivision, taking the industry by storm. No stranger to the retail automotive community. Mark, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. My mom was pretty proud to hear that I had been knighted when I sent the image clip from this. Great marketing and creative staff you got.
Oh, thank you. And you know what? Part of this is, retail is a grind, right? We want to make it fun. We want to put as many fun things into the roundtable. So all of our events have themes, and this one's been very catchy. And by the way, appreciate you being here and sharing with us, Mark, what you're working on now, because really there's a lot happening right now at Skaivision. So I want to talk to you about that recent buzz. Okay. Can you explain in simple terms, tell us what computer vision AI is and how it works and how that is going to be impacting the automotive industry?
Sure thing. Computer vision is simply a type of artificial intelligence that teaches computers to interpret image activity from cameras and video and understand, react to what they see. They can do this a lot faster and with greater accuracy than the human eye-to-brain function. So it's primarily used to recognize patterns and automate tasks. So if you want to sum computer vision up in two simple words, it would be time optimization.
Wow. Now, if it's basically about time optimization, I understand there's some examples of how it's being used in various industries outside of retail automotive to assist customers and employees.
It is. In fact, we're way ahead of automotive in a few areas, but that helps us make up ground as well. For example, in medical imaging, it's been a godsend for early detection of fatal diseases. Instead of waiting days for a top neurologist or radiologist or cardiologist to put eyes on something, medical diagnosis centers that have advanced computer vision systems can make accurate determinations in minutes. So picture having your top master tech in the shop able to look at and diagnose hundreds of problems in hours. That's really how big of an impact it's having in terms of saving lives on the medical field. And in retail, I think grocery is an industry we can all relate to. Obviously, we've all experienced the self-checkout, which is powered by computer vision. In terms of increasing throughput, but there are a lot of behind the scenes uses they have for stocking, for loss prevention and theft. So the thing I thought was most interesting that I saw recently related to that field was a big chain commenting on how it was just as valuable as decreasing their average time in store per customer from 47 minutes to 41 was simply the fact that they knew it was 47 minutes. And I think that's where the lesson is for automotive here is that you need to know the real data first on things. Wow. And I think for us car guys and gals, I think probably the best relatable analogy to computer vision that we use every day would be in vehicles. I don't think any of us on this segment would want to go back to the days of backing into or out of a parking space without the cameras and the grids and object detection that come with the computer vision there.
Sure. So, Mark, you're going to be applying this, and in fact, you are applying this now, this technology, into dealerships, and in particular to the service departments. Tell us how that works. Describe how that rolls out.
We are doing that now, and from a really high level, it's about increasing retention. Since computer vision equals time optimization, that translates really well to automotive service because time is what we sell. It's like oxygen to us. And the prioritization has been the dealer group request to assist employees and customers in mitigating really challenging bottlenecks that current software can't address. And in some ways, software actually is the bottleneck for what we're targeting.
You mentioned time earlier, and you're right. That's what we sell. It's a perishable commodity. All right. So that time is impacted everywhere, from the technician having to go out with a simple task such as go find the car, find the keys, then find the vehicle. That may take some time, by the way. We had a panel with technicians just recently, and that was, I think, the number one concern they had, how long it takes to find a vehicle. And if we can be more efficient there, we're going to sell more hours. And then again, you mentioned bottlenecks. There are bottlenecks throughout the dealership, from the customer write-up process to what just happens in the shop, in the service bays. So does Skaivision help address some of these things?
They do. All those that you mentioned have been target areas. I think most popular in terms of the features dealerships have requested or utilizing today, a number of vehicle delays that you alluded to, whether it be in the lane, on the rack, in the wash, a number of customer delays, such as initial greeting, in the waiting room, in an active delivery area. But that time on site per vehicle and customer by op code is a big time, kind of something that you see weave into a lot of these that overlap. Stall efficiency is another one. The expedited check-in, we now have an API available so that when the camera acquires the vehicle, when it comes on site, we can then bounce that off the service system to determine the appointment and can automatically check the customer in without having to use an RF sticker or a plug-in device to the vehicle, but simply by recognizing it on camera. And I think that one other really cumbersome use case that's being automated is the sales to service process of vehicle exchange. I think that service managers and advisors understand the math and that the units in operation and the need there, but they don't like sales folks bothering their customers in the waiting area or the drive. And I think the ability for the camera to acquire a vehicle as soon as it gets on premise, and we're seeing that to send a subtle text to the customer immediately if their vehicle is a high value target, and letting them deal with that without physical presence. Most people live in their phones to a large degree these days, and so to get that on their phone, because it is a tricky balance. Because I saw, I think one headline this month was that in automotive news was that 2021, some of the effect that 2021's supply chain issues are going to be 2024's CPO issues in drought. So the fact that we do need the vehicles, and like I said before, the math does work. If you look at, hey, we've got to increase our units in operation to grow our service business, and as long as we're getting paid on the repair order the customer's there for today, and if they do select to upgrade a vehicle, we're going to get paid on an internal PDI repair order as well. And we're going to keep that current service customer in their new vehicle as a customer. And yet, if we've taken that car in ourselves, we have a much better chance than one at the auction of having that new customer become a service customer. So but how you make that work without without destroying some of the customer friction points of bothering them in the lane post-COVID, especially. We're seeing that process computer vision is game changing with.
Mark, when I first spoke with you, it's got to be a couple months back now, you described to me how this computer vision is being used in other industries. You just mentioned grocery. We talked about big box retailers, and you've actually got this deployed now in a number of retail automotive dealerships, and that's growing rapidly and picking up steam around the country. And I know one of the questions I had to you is, are there any privacy concerns at all? Because this is really seamless. This is at work, and that would have to be one of the first questions I imagine you might get asked.
Yeah, it is, and the key piece there is not to use facial recognition or even facial geometry in terms of intruding on customer employee privacy, and we don't do that. The other big takeaway is that the cameras are already here, not just in big box retail, but automotive. And whether it's a human or a computer spending the hours to go through and see if it took someone 1 hour on site or 3 hours on site, we don't necessarily need to involve any PII in that. We don't need for any of the computer vision models. None of the artificial intelligence has any employee or customer names attached to the data. In fact, we even blur the faces that you'll see in the snippets that the dealership wants of, hey, this car is backed up at the car wash, or they'll send a customer an alert that their vehicle is almost through the car wash. You'll see that to us, it's not really about who, and that differs. A lot of big box retail, who you are is very important. To us, the process, no matter who you were that went through it, is what we're trying to optimize.
Mark, what are you seeing and hearing from dealers in terms of the features that they're looking for? What are you finding now that are the most popular things that dealerships are requesting as you roll out Skaivision?
Yeah, the things, the vehicle delays, the customer delays, the on-site, the overall cycle time, hook-ins by opcode, the data automation points, anywhere that there's redundant data that's entered over and over and over on a daily basis. Those are really good targets for the computer vision to help with our employee satisfaction index by taking that awkward load off the employee.
Wow. Now that you've got some data, okay, and some really strong data from retail automotive, a year or more worth, okay, from a variety of stores, what are you seeing so far for our industry that stands out? What should we be aware of?
A few things stand out. The biggest to me is that where there's a will, there's a way. Every time a service department has focused on tightening up a process or a part of a process, they've succeeded. They just need to put a camera on it and be able to measure reality currently and establish a realistic goal. And that's been a really encouraging reminder of just how effective the brightest minds in our car business are. That if you give them the tools that they need, they can take something from A to B in terms of a result. And
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm wondering just how difficult is this to get implemented and get started in a store?
It's pretty simple. Most dealerships already have a fairly significant investment in a camera system. So we have an AI box, a Sky box that we can go in and plug into that current camera subnet, the network the cameras are on, and we can immediately, within a day, see exactly what use cases that dealership could target for the computer vision to assist with. In addition, a lot of stores will say, hey, when I look at what you're doing at this store, we don't have a camera that can at our active delivery that can show us that they're gone or that they're here. And so typically the dealership will want to put in a couple of cameras to at least initial acquire and for exit acquisition of the vehicle. But a couple cameras in a box and really translates to about 3 weeks of prep, and we can be up and running. We do really subscribe to the crawl, walk, run approach with this. We think that if we take a couple of, like you said, low-hanging fruit options that are going to make things that we agree that the employees want and that the customers want, and we start with those, then we can get into some of the more intensive use cases on stall utilization, et cetera.
A lot of people have asked me, they've said, Ted, how is AI being used today in dealerships' fixed operations? And I've given them some very good examples. It's being used in things such as recalls, automating them. It's being used successfully, I know, in warranty processing as well. But Mark, Quinn, I have a feeling that you may be on to probably the greatest benefit of AI and how it's going to impact retail automotive dealerships, not just the dealerships, but their consumers, their guests as well.
Yeah, another huge thing we're learning is the value of a minute. We've been talking about time here, and a service manager at a Kia store we installed this year, last year, was formerly on a race team pit crew, and he opened our eyes to the compound effect of finding one part of the service process and consistently, effectively eliminating 1 minute from that bottleneck. And another service manager we installed pointed it out to us when he said, hey, I want to prove what I suspect is our biggest consistent failure point here with express service. And I want to tighten it up to get 1 minute in express service consistently, which that in turn will translate to roughly 300 additional services per month. And then we can open up our scheduler and reduce our days to next available appointment, which will in turn feed retention. And that effect of 1 minute doesn't sound like a lot until you take that grocery store example. I'm sure when they look at thousands of people coming to a point, if they could get their average customer on site down a minute or two, that's a pretty compelling result. So we're a lot of lessons we're learning.
And as this progresses and moves on, there's going to be a lot of lessons learned, a lot of valuable lessons. I would imagine that you're going to be able to benefit a whole lot of dealerships, based on the real world research and the results that you're getting out in the field.
Yes, I even think that even with what we did this year and the lessons that we learned in order to scale this and get it in many stores per month instead of a few, some of those lessons that group to group have been consistent, I think are going to lead to and dispel a lot of things that we take for granted right now. On the, for instance, on the data automation front, we mentioned the check-in and write-up process that you brought up earlier, and the massive level when you look at the quick check API we have now. If you imagine what connected vehicle data would do to that to accelerate it, we hear, because if we are acquiring the vehicle, it's nice to be able to greet the customer by name and bounce them off the service system. But what if we could also at that time extract the mileage, the recalls, as you said, all that other data that has to be dealt with by the service advisor, but adds time to the check-in. That's a key candidate for automation. And we're hearing that there are several OEMs that are really serious about a better experience and potentially via computer vision, and that they understand that customer surveys are not a thorough representation of the entire big picture, and that RO open and close times do not equal time on premise. Just look at the just look at some bad surveys, and then you go back and scratch your head and go, well, the repair was opened at 10 and closed at 11. Well, what the customer's complaining about is not in that software window. It occurred before or after that lost the retention there. So I think it's going to be interesting to see which OEMs are ready to use computer vision to improve the retail process the way some of their counterparts in other verticals have proven so effectively.
Everybody, computer vision is here. It's called Skaivision. Mark Quinn is the CEO. And if you haven't heard about it yet, you will now and moving forward. Mark, I would imagine that any dealership in the near future that doesn't have some form of this Skaivision, I imagine they're going to be at a competitive disadvantage, by not having the efficiencies that you and I are talking about here today.
Yeah, it takes data to get the AI better, and earlier adopters will absolutely be at a tremendous advantage. And we do this year want to are eager to show some new things that will highlight a couple things at NADA. Now that we're going to highlight, we're going to show some new models from the AI that have been highly requested for both employees and customers. As far as vehicle walkarounds, some of the service traffic flow from multi-camera zones, chaining those together, along with some new security triggers and release of our first sales triggers. And the dealers are requesting a ton of APIs to benefit it's systems that they're using. And it really does take a village. No one vendor can be everything to all dealers. And one of our biggest commitments is to walk the walk with open architecture and to prove that we will do the work to connect all those systems. To date, we've already got 8 complete APIs done with other vendors, our peers in the ecosystem with the dealers. And at NADA, I'll leave you with this. You can come by our booth to see our initial work on something that is going to have an incredible impact on employee satisfaction. That's called gesture recognition. One of the first use cases will be the ability for a technician to give a signal to the camera and for the computer vision to handle the MPI input in seconds, not minutes. So we're excited.
Everybody, if you're headed to NADA later this week, stop by and see Skaivision, Mark Quinn and his team, to see the latest on what's happening in our industry with computer vision. And Mark, if our audience is not going for some reason, many do not go to NADA, I would imagine they could visit you on the web at skaivision.com.
Absolutely. Please.
Mark's email is scrolling there at the bottom of the screen. Mark, I'm going to invite you back if it's all right with you. Maybe just in a couple months we get together and maybe we bring in some of the dealers and the retail managers who are using Skaivision and get their impact and get their feedback and find out how it's working for them.
Love to.
All right, everybody. Mark Quinn, Skaivision, probably one of the most, if not the most exciting technologies right now for retail automotive dealerships. Please reach out to Mark, skaivision.com. You see his email there. He'll be at NADA as well. Mark, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you for this and look forward to what's coming with computer vision.
Thank you, Ted. Great to see you.
So being a legacy automotive retailer, we've used a number of different companies over the years to help us train our people and educate our people on everything from sales process to customer service to you name it, anything relating to retail automotive. But in today's world, particularly since COVID, we really set out to try to find a partner that had a much more progressive, contemporary approach to automotive sales, automotive service, customer relations in general. And when we did that, our research led us to the folks at Quantum 5.
Anything that you can do consistently the same way gets better. So what Quantum gives us the ability to do, or has taught us how to do, is follow a very specific framework that delivers a very specific result every time. And that has been invaluable both to our veterans that have been in the business longer than me and the people that we're hiring new. Quantum came into the store as a partner. They've executed on that on every call, every interaction. And what our veteran staff finds to be the most beneficial is they get to continue to learn.
We know that Quantum is more than a vendor, they're a partner. They're actually a part of our business, a core part of our business and our daily processes. When I got into the car business many, many years ago, it was about control this, control the customer, control this. Well, now customers have as much information as dealers. So now it's more about controlling the process, understanding the customer. And that's what Quantum brings to the table. It allows you to have control of a process, understand your customer and your customer's needs, and deliver the relevant information that they need to make that informed decision, ultimately in purchasing a car, but starting with gaining that critical appointment. Quantum puts our client advisors on a pathway to prosperity. Our newer advisors see our seasoned advisors and the success they're having, and the fact that they're bought into the system and they've been on this system for years shows the new client advisors that if you buy in similarly, you're going to yield the same results, if not better. I can't speak enough to what Quantum has meant to our business and to the growth and development of our client advisors.
Take a moment now to pull out your phones and scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts. Help influence who will have a seat at the roundtable by voting for the 5 best speakers or panelists whom you think were the knights in shining armor. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Our next panel is here to tell us the benefits of automating recalls. Make haste, because the BizzyCar panel is up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's a great honor to present the BizzyCar panel. BizzyCar delivers service revenue by automating recalls. I'd like to welcome the panel today. Mike Murray is the Chief Revenue Officer at BizzyCar. Ed Roberts is the COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida. Jim Sabino, Fixed Operations Director at All American Ford Auto Group in Northern New Jersey. And Tom Cecil from the Freedom CDJR of Lexington, a Lithia dealership. Gentlemen, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Great to be here.
Thank you so much for hosting the panel, Mike. Mike, before we get rolling, I understand there's a couple new developments for BizzyCar that we're excited to hear about. If you wouldn't mind maybe, sharing one or two of those with us to kind of get things started.
Yeah, great. So Happy New Year, everybody. And hopefully I'll have a chance to see a number of you at NADA here while we're there. In terms of BizzyCar, a couple things that I think is important is we started off with what is BizzyCar, and that of it is we focus on 3 things at BizzyCar. One is we want to put safer vehicles on the road. That's first and foremost. Number 2, we want to make sure that we're driving customer retention through the stores, and that's through getting defectors back, those lost souls back in the store. And then finally, we want to make sure that our dealers are turning profits. I know the theme of the store or this session is all about turning hours, and we're going to do that through both labor and through parts. So the way that we do this at BizzyCar is really unique. we've created a fully automated software platform that identifies all the open recalls, whether they're in a customer's driveway, whether they're in a used car lot or franchise dealer lot, whether they're a fleet. And we schedule them directly into the store, whether you want to come into your store or if you offer a mobile experience for that work to get completed, requiring the dealer to do nothing. We're going to do everything from start to finish, from finding the car to scheduling them, making sure the dealer has to pay no investment or do anything on their own to make this happen. Over the last year, we're excited. We've got a lot of number of things coming up, and I'll be sure to break them on the TEDings roundtables going forward. But one thing that we're really excited about is we've got a mobile app that's coming out here in the next couple months. This mobile app's going to be great. Ted, Ed, Tom, Jim, I know you're all mobile dealers. The idea and the concept, just high level behind it, it's going to do a few things. One is it's going to do route planning. So you can actually go from appointment to appointment on your mobile app and do the optimization of the route, which I know has been a sore spot for a number of dealers. Sure. It's going to do appointments, Ted, for both recalls and non-recalls, so you can get them all on one, so you don't have to just stick to recalls exclusively. It's going to have a built-in VIN scanner, and then it's going to do photos before and after. So it's really exciting. I can't wait to share more information as it starts coming out live. But thank you. That's what's going on here at BizzyCar so far.
An exciting time for BizzyCar, and a lot of things happening, positive things happening in our industry. So the three dealers we have today with us, Mike, are involved in some way, shape, or form in delivering remote services. So I thought that's also unique. And Ed, you've been with BizzyCar over 3 years at Bozard Ford Lincoln. So if it's okay, I'd like to start with you today. What was your recall process like before you started using BizzyCar?
I will help the audience with that because they all understand this word, inefficient. And BizzyCar brought some efficiency to us. So like he said, they can find cars that's at used car lots, whatever else. We was going to dealers' websites that's near us, the used car lots, whatever, one of their websites, pulling their inventory, searching those vans, do they have recalls on it, then loading our trucks and going there and taking care of them. And although it was effective, it was very inefficient. And anytime that we can find something in this business to help us be more efficient, we all win. And they're doing this with technology. Obviously, when they demoed it for us, it was a no-brainer. And the mobile app that Mike just talked about, it's a game changer as well. That's next level to what we're looking for, because we look at where we got to go with our appointments, and we say, okay, we think that we should go here first and there. Well, this ties into Waze. Waze knows what traffic is, so it already knows what the best routes to take, and it can help with route optimization. There's just so much they can do for us to help us again with the word efficiency.
Ed, very unique that you're not only the COO of that dealership, but you came up through fixed operations. You were the fixed operations director here on the roundtable up until about 2.5 years ago. And give us the background on Bozard Ford Lincoln, the single point dealership. How many technicians in your shop, and how many mobile units as well, and how many coming?
It's always fun to talk about this place because it's a cool story. I got here 11.5 years ago, and I was the 43rd employee, and our 357th employee started this morning. We are growing at a rapid rate to add in the term of no brakes applied, there's no brakes applied, but it's very calculated. We have 103 technicians, and I'm currently running 15 mobile trucks now, on our way to 46 by the end of second quarter. And where that goes after that, we'll figure that out as we get closer to that time frame. But we really focus on experience, because nobody enjoys servicing their vehicle. They may buy a vehicle and go show it off, although they don't want to come in and buy a vehicle. But nobody goes and shows off those tires that they had to buy or any of those elements. And so we want to remove the friction of ownership. And that's one of the key elements, one of the multiple key elements that's helped us grow at the rate that we've grown in the last 10 years.
Jim, I visited with you in Paramus, New Jersey, just before I went down to see Ed at Bozard and see his mobile operation there.
Yes, you did.
Jim, he's a tough act to keep up with. Tell us, Jim, at All American, what was your recall process like before you started using BizzyCar?
Again, I'm just gonna kind of recap on what Ed said, and it was extremely inefficient. time-consuming, just redundant, looking at reports, trying to track down these cars, going on websites of used car dealers and other non-Ford dealers, see if they have any Fords in their used car inventory posted online, running the VINs, see if there's any open recalls on there, contacting the used car manager, general manager, sales manager. It was a incredibly big waste of time for the pain. Definitely outweighed the gain by far. So shifting all of that into BizzyCar, they take all of that and they get it done, and they get it done big. They track down vehicles. I don't know. I still don't know how they do it. They have incredible technology, AI. They work it and work it and work it, and they produce. We consistently on a daily basis get leads, confirmed and booked appointments with all the information, address, location of the vehicle, the appointment time, the person, the contact name, their email address, their phone number, every single possible thing. The labor operation to the recall that's going to be performed is included in our information that we receive from BizzyCar about the lead. So there is there's no stone left unturned when it comes to booking an appointment from BizzyCar. They give you every ounce of information and then some. So you're able to do the job extremely efficient. It cuts down so much time. The ability I can't wait for these enhancements on the mobile app and these other, they keep launching new technology, which makes it easier and easier and easier for us to do these recalls and other work, whether it's a mobile job or if it's a job that the guest pulls into the service drive on their own. Either way, we're getting the recalls and the other work performed from BizzyCar leads, booked, confirmed appointments. So it really takes all of the muscle, all of the arm, the heavy lifting away from us, and they do it for us.
Mike, I knew it was good. I didn't know it was that good. Okay. When you and Ryan first met with me a year ago, I said, this is a game changer. But Mike, you've clearly made a lot of inroads, and congratulations to you and the BizzyCar team for doing that.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of hard work on a lot of people's end, to make it work, and great customers, right? Customers that are providing feedback is invaluable to us as a company, and any great company as you look to improve. You hear what they're needing, you see what they're doing and how they're utilizing it and what we can do better. And being dealers ourselves, Ted, as you know, is a real advantage.
That's right.
We knew going into it that we have 39 vendors at our store. I didn't need a 40th that I had to train people on and how to use it and how to operate it. We just wanted to set it and forget it. And because we couldn't find anything out of the shelf, we went out and hired the technology people behind to build it and build this vision. And it's been great. So, we stay really close to the ear of what the dealers are saying and close to the market, and put our own stuff into practice in our stores before we actually send it out. So,
Tom, let me come over to you. Your process, what was it like before BizzyCar?
I think Ed kind of hit the nail on the head with the inefficient piece there. And I think for us, it was inefficient, but it was also inconsistent because it seemed cumbersome and labor intensive. So it's like, we're going to flip through all these websites. We're going to review, our local competitors, see who will let us in the door, who won't let us in the door. But then we're going to scour we're going to just go through their websites and basically dump a bunch of information into, who knows where, right? vAuto maybe. And so then we're like doing mock appraisals on each car so that we can pull a Carfax so that we can see if there's an open recall. And we were kind of doing the same thing with our used car inventory, right? So it's a twofold approach. Really, I guess it's a multifaceted approach. You've got consumers that we want to serve, then we have a used car department that we need to serve, and then we have a dealership body that we need to serve. And so to have one or two or however many people just digging and digging and digging, trying to find that information, it led to some pretty significant inconsistency. The used car part was the easiest part to manage because you could set up vAuto with an automated report like, hey, these 25 cars have recalls, here's what they are, or whatever. But the other stuff was very labor intensive, and sometimes it was one of those things that maybe we'll get to that this afternoon if we have time. And so that inefficiency obviously led to lower profits and everything else.
Ed, let me come back to you with a follow-up. I was going to ask you specifically what your recall process is now that you are using BizzyCar. But talk to me, because you're looking at over a lot of technicians, a lot of repairs. What specific impact has it made on your business at Bozard?
Well, anytime we can be proactive and plan our day out, we all win. And that's what it does for us. Before it was kind of, let's go see what we can drum up for tomorrow. Now it's already set. They've already reached out to the customers. They've already searched my inventory to determine whether I have parts. Everything's laid out, like Jim said, with the opcode, everything. They've reached out to them. They use our employees' names. So if the customer does have to call and change anything and they ask for the same person that they talked to, that person is an employee here. So use our people's names, and it creates that connection. Now we got our job load for the next day or workload for the next day, however we want to call that. And as you know, Ted, I like to build trip value. So now I have something to start from that I can add elements into along the way, whether it's I got some other customers I can see with putting on SOP parts or whatever it may be, or some other stops that I want to make and introduce ourselves. I can build value into the load that's already created for us. And it's done by pushing the print button because BizzyCar's already done it for us.
Tom, I've taken a lot of good notes on what Ed Roberts has said over the last few years, and there's a lot of new terminology, and that's one of them, trip value. Okay, I've learned on
I like that.
So I like it a whole lot. Tom, what is your process like now? Okay, now that you've been on BizzyCar.
Yeah, so well, a lot of it is pretty automated, right? So we're actively calling the customers and trying to set everything up, and we've got a lot of appointments being set to come to us, right? So some of it is in store, and obviously we offer and are taking big stride with mobile. But so it's changed where now a lot of it is set up and coming into our door, like Ed said, with the push of a button or by clicking print. And then I like the fact that it is able to be altered in the sense that, like, say we have a recall on a certain part or a certain flash or whatever. If the part is not available, we can get in the back screen, turn it off temporarily until that, because parts delays have been a major issue in our industry, right, for the last couple of years, especially. But I like that it's customizable in that sense too, because information in, information out, that part of it has to be managed. But if it's properly managed, then that efficiency gets even better. And we're certainly not wasting any of the consumer's time, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Jim, you talked to us at a recent roundtable about the parts availability, and we don't even know how often customer is there and we don't have the parts in stock, and shame on us. Talk to us about what your process is today with BizzyCar.
Most of the appointments are made, email. They come through email, and they're all there. It's all down. So it clearly identifies a mobile-friendly recall versus a non-mobile friendly. So you know what's going on. You know what's happening. All the information that you could ask for is included in it. They cover every possible item that needs to be discussed. So parts availability is an issue. So they have access into our DMS, so they see what's going on. They see real-time appointments, so they can set them up there. They see our parts inventory. But we always like to take one step further. We confirm that we do have the parts available. We do have multiple locations, especially in one of our stores. We have a main service center, and then we have a fleet truck service center. So it's a 3-mile distance apart. Some of our inventory is sourced in different locations. So we do all that legwork. But the hard work, the contacting of the guest, everything has been booked, confirmed, and done. That's all done by BizzyCar. So we just kind of fine tune it and take it. And it becomes a normal every single day process that we get the emails, confirm. Our BDC agents take care of that, coordinate it with if it's a mobile friendly job, or our mobile service coordinator plays a big role in that. They get involved in that, and we make sure that the parts are pulled for the truck, and we go out and we handle all these jobs. So on top of what we do on our own, data mining, incoming calls, our own, people get, our customers get informed from the manufacturer on recall letters. So we get some of those coming in. So it all kind of goes into one. But I'm going to tell you, the majority of our recalls are sourced through the BizzyCar process. It really is. It's amazing how they find, especially the second, third, and fourth owners. not the original owners.
Oh.
And how they track these people down. I don't know if they have a contract with the FBI, but they are doing an incredible job on tracking down some of these second, third, fourth owners of these vehicles that have open recalls on them. So that's a big plus to us, because it gets us their name and info into our database. Then we can start marketing, and other things can evolve from that too. Reminding them of upcoming services, and potentially maybe a deal on a newer used car that could be marketed to them through that. So that there's a lot of opportunities gathering that data. And that's what it is so far. We are really running hard with it and think out of the box every day. And that's how we get it done.
Jim, speak to your fellow fixed ops directors who are watching today. Was it easy to get started when you first got on the BizzyCar platform? Talk to us about that.
So yes, so that was an incredibly easy transition. They have a great team that I've been involved in. My team have been involved with launching. They have a very user-friendly dashboard that everyone has access to and sees all the information on. So at any time we can call them and speak to them live. They've answered questions on the spot. They talk us through any type of technical issues that we may have or experience. It's an easy transition. It's very simple. Within a day of the agreement, you could be live, up and running on a dashboard.
Mike, we had a dealer on the roundtable, a group dealer on last year, who talked to us about the ease of getting started. And I think he might have played a hand in that. I don't know if you want to share some of that with us today, but it appears to be pretty easy to get started.
Yeah, I mean, as these guys said, it's literally as quick as getting a signature done, and then our world-class CS team actually physically takes over. We can usually get the integration with the DMS up and running and your appointment scheduling software. Within 48 to 72 hours, you'll be up and running, and actually will be already reaching out to schedule those appointments. So it's, again, as soon as we get through that first 72 hours, it's set it and forget it, and let us bring those recalls into your store, or fill up your mobile trucks. So it's a simple process. And I think that one thing that Jim and Ed and everyone mentioned so far is parts. Yeah. Having parts integration is a game changer, because no longer are you experiencing that when you come into the store for an appointment that's already scheduled, and they tell you the first thing you get there is, that's great, we'll take care of your tire rotation and balance today, but you're going to have to come back because there's a recall on your vehicle. We don't have the parts. Now, and that's coming from someone that scheduled the appointment usually online a week in advance, or whatever it might have been. So if you want to enhance that guest experience, reaching out to customers where we know we have the parts available is huge. It's set it, forget it, and it increases that customer retention and loyalty, which all of us, have a vested interest in.
Ed Roberts, you've been on the BizzyCar platform the longest. What's been the best surprise you found about doing business on the BizzyCar platform?
The consistency. It isn't like we have to chase them down or do whatever. It's the consistency in the automation, and everything just ties together. It is truly seamless, and there's not too many times that you can find a vendor in this business that it is seamless. But like Jim says, it's easy to get signed up, it's easy to get rolling, and then it's seamless afterwards. It's like, and it isn't quite like this, but it's almost like they open the door and say, here's the money, go get it. Because that's what it turns into. It creates the opportunity for us to go chase it down.
Tom, do you want to add on that best surprise of doing business with BizzyCar?
Yeah, for me, I really like that it's plug and play, right? That it's not, even though it's a robust platform, it doesn't rely on the user to make it all that much more efficient. A lot of it is very automated, but it's also very easy to use right away. So from an integration and understanding the tool perspective, it's like day one, it's like, oh, okay, this makes sense. And then to Ed's point, it is kind of just, now we know what to do. There's the path. It's right in front of us. A lot of this is automated, and let's run.
Amazing. I love all that. Jim, what about the quality of your service visits? I mean, obviously with the parts, have you seen the service visit quality improve?
Yes, the efficiency, we're going to go back to the beginning when we opened up. The efficiency is there. So when you become more efficient, the quality obviously follows that with it. So you get the experience overall is improved, and the foundation of that is efficiency. So the timeless, the emails that come in every single day, every day they're flowing, allows us to do our job better, right? And all the legwork, the muscle, is taken away from us, and it's just provided here. They just, like Ed said, just hit print, and Tom said this, just hit print, and boom, it's there. Every possible question is answered on that sheet. So 99% of it's done. We just have to take it over they run the whole football field to the 1 yard line. We get to carry it over to the end zone, and that's really the best way to describe it. And listen, the guest gets a recall provided that maybe they didn't even know about it until BizzyCar reached out to them. And whether it's a cell phone or an email address or however it is that they're obtaining this contact info, and they could have been driving a 7-year-old car with 3 open safety recalls. So then we come to the rescue. We show if they're all mobile friendly. We even make it that much more efficient and convenient. We show up with a mobile van, provide all the recalls without them leaving their home. Boom. So who's the hero? We are, based on our great partnership with BizzyCar. Getting that deal signed up, and it's a win across the board. It really is. So, they're a great partner. But again, you have to work the system. You have to, you still have to be engaged. You still have to take those. You have to confirm that the parts are available. So not, you have to inspect what you expect. So, but if you do all that, it's a very successful journey.
Gentlemen, last question for today. I'll make it a lightning round. You've got a minute to answer. You have peers watching, peers asking you questions about your automated recall process. If a dealer is thinking about putting this in place, a fully automated recall management process like BizzyCar, I'll go to Jim first, then Tom, and then Ed to bring it home, and Mike to recap. What advice would you give your fellow dealers in a minute if you just had 60 seconds to give them your advice?
I could
Jim,
probably do it. I can do it in 10 seconds. So listen, it's a great, this is a no-brainer. This is a simple decision to make. There's so much benefits to this, to putting all of the heavy lifting in their arms. BizzyCar does the heavy lifting for you, and it's a no-brainer. If you have an email address, that's all you need, and they do the rest. It really is. It's one of the best decisions that we made to engage in this type of work with BizzyCar, and it really is. It's a no-brainer, and I highly recommend dealers getting involved and making the decision and engaging with BizzyCar to get these done. It drives a lot of unfound revenue into your service department every day, every week, every month. So there you go. There's my 60 seconds.
Yes. Tom, Cecil, for your peers watching, what advice would you give them?
My advice would be that when using this tool, I think focus on every revenue stream, right? So focus on the local dealer body. I think that's really important, and I think that having those relationships at the local or regional level is never a bad thing, right? To know the guy around the corner from you and be able to help him with his business operation, never a bad thing. I think what goes around comes around. And then focus on your used car department, right? Make sure that all those recalls are being taken care of, and then focus on our consumer base. And also by being really dialed into process and communication, right, while using this tool, and being able to serve the consumer, you're constantly finding new customers. And then we do get an opportunity at that service retention that we're also focused on, but all while fishing for new people around us to serve. So it's that.
Thank you. Ed, if a dealer is thinking about putting in place a fully automated recall management process, what advice would Ed Roberts give them?
Well, I'll speak to the audience there, because some audiences from the variable side and most from the fixed side. And Ted told you earlier that I cut my teeth on the fixed side. On the fixed side, there's a lot of moving pieces throughout the store, but there's so many moving pieces on the fixed side. You'll go to a advisor desk and they may have 19 open windows, and one of them might be Amazon, but the other 18 is something to do with their job. And So with that being the case, there's usually not a process to chase down recalls effectively. And that really is the brand image of our brands that we represent. It's the safety of our customers. There's so many things that comes from that. So yes, you've heard from some guys on this call that talks about you can go do it mobilely, but that also drives business into the store as well, because there's recalls that can't be done mobilely. That drives in there. And guess what? I don't care who's listening. If you're at an automobile dealer, the best ELR you have at your store is your warranty ELR. And what rate do you get paid for to do recalls? Your warranty rate. It's the best gross percentage you can go get. And they open the door and say, here it is.
Love it. Mike Murray, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I mean it's a tough act to follow with the way that all these guys talked about it. But I will say one thing, bringing the cars in, whether it's mobile or in the bays, in the store, whatever it might be, we're seeing on average about $90 in CP per customer that comes in. So as Ed talked about, you get the warranty reimbursement money, you get that's guaranteed, 60, 70% gross profit, whatever it might be. And then on top of that, you're getting on average $90 a CP. This program pays. We're seeing over $300, $360 or so per RO for every appointment that we're scheduling. And we're going to do about we're on pace to about $35 million now. And we continue to add stores at such a pace that number is only going to accelerate. So, hey, listen, we all know 300 plus different campaigns last year in 2023, 30 plus million new cars added to the thing. Wow. It's continued to evolve and evolve. And Ford led the pack 3 years in a row, but only in terms of the number of campaigns, not in the number of vehicles. It was interesting. It was Honda. So a lot of interesting stuff on the horizon, a lot of ways that we can help dealers take care of the safety issue that Ed mentioned, but also help the dealers make money while doing it. And that's a benefit for everybody.
Mike Murray, you've been involved with a lot of technology in our industry over a long period of time successfully. This may be their greatest one yet. So congratulations to you. BizzyCar, developed by dealers for dealers. Mike, are the BizzyCar team going to be at NADA at the end of this week?
So we don't have a booth this year because they wanted to put us in the back corner. And that's never a good place to be. So what we decided to do is, there's about 8 of us going. We've got a bunch of pre-set up meetings for the event. And if anybody wants to meet with us while we're there, more than happy to do it as well. You can get a hold of BizzyCar. Just go to, hello@BizzyCar.com is our email address, or BizzyCar.com, and it's easy to schedule time with us. But all the executives will be there having a series of meetings over the 3 or 4 days. Plus, we have to join make meetings as being part of the dealer. So, there's a lot of things we're going to do in there.
Everybody, you could see the contact information in the scroll down below in the ticker. Mike Murray is the Chief Revenue Officer at BizzyCar. Reach out to Mike and the team. And if you're not going to NADA, of course, visit them online. And I know that these gentlemen here are very active, as is Mike, on social media. So you can get some firsthand information from them if you haven't already had a whole lot enough today to make that decision. I want to thank Tom Cecil. I want to thank Ed Roberts, Jim Sabino, Mike Murray from BizzyCar for being with us here today. Gentlemen, thank you for all that you do for our industry.
Thanks, everybody.
The BizzyCar panel here today, everybody, at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Our revolutionary pop-up events have sparked a new wave of growth and innovation.
Become part of the brand that is shaping retail fixed operations at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
Lords and ladies, join us for our next segment, the Compliance Panel with Vanguard Dealer Services.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have with us a panel of experts on the topic of compliance. I wish to introduce the roundtable and welcome back our hosts from Vanguard Dealer Services, Mickey Quinn, who is the president of Vanguard. Mickey, welcome. Tim Allen, the director of compliance. Everybody will know Tully Williams, all about the hours at the Nilo Company. Jim Sabino is here from All American Ford, and Ed Roberts at Bozard Ford Lincoln. Welcome everybody to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
Tim, you and I were talking recently, and there's a lot of scrutiny happening now for dealerships with the CARS Act, and a lot more to come. So, Tim, do you want to set the stage for our panel today?
Yes, so the CARS Act that was just passed is going to be beginning to be enforced in July of this year, and there's a huge amount of extra scrutiny on dealerships now, and deceptive practices specifically in regards to advertising, how numbers are presented, the used cars and prices, and the way we have products. Not only that, but the products themselves and the value of the products, which ties into every aspect of the dealership's business. So they're looking very hard at that.
Mickey, is this something that Vanguard is, not just on the radar, but, working hard to help educate their dealers on?
Yeah, I think, I've been doing this for over 30 years of my life in the automobile space, and I learned in 5 minutes that federal and state governments had a particular liking towards car dealerships to gather revenue from. And I think this is even stronger than what we've seen before. And the concern here is the interpretation of the law, right? It's so vague that it's going to create difficulties for the dealers. And the only thing they can do is dot every I and cross every T. And, that's what we're in the business of doing at Vanguard, is making sure that every dollar earned is a dollar kept. And we try to keep our dealers' pictures out of the newspapers and stuff like that as best we can. But rest assured that the state and federal governments are coming and they're looking for revenue. And it's our job to make sure that they don't get any.
Tim, you shared with me recently an article just a couple weeks ago on some worst practices that were in the news. I don't know if you want to share some of that with us, but it kind of took me by surprise. It included used cars and certification.
Yeah, so we won't get into anything by name specifically because we're not looking to do that to anybody, but the article was released directly from the FTC, and essentially what was going on is a dealership was charging customers for certification for vehicles that were factory certified and already had the money figured in on. So let's say, for example, you certify a vehicle, you pay the fee, and the price of the car is the price of the car. They were essentially telling customers, here's the price of the car, but you want it certified, you have to pay another $800 for certification when that was already figured in, or advertising a vehicle as certified when it's not actually factory certified. They have to be very careful on that. But this dealership came under scrutiny for that purpose, charging customers extra money for a certified car.
Hey, what I found interesting in that was they actually named names of the general manager and some of the other employees in the dealership. Which is very, very interesting take on what's happening. My point of reference is to a car dealer, even if you do everything perfectly and you do everything correctly, the state and federal governments are still going to try and come and get some revenue from you some way, somehow. So if you're doing some of these deceptive practices, you may as well put a sign in the front door, come get revenue.
Tully, you're out in California. You've seen a lot of things happening out there. How does this all play into fixed operations?
Well, the way I look at it is that we've been in business for 102 years, and I'm not going to ruin it over a certification for $800. And I think it boils down to, is that what kind of a company and what kind of a business are you? Yes, the government is annoying. The government, and what they do is they're trying to make sure that dealerships don't rip people off, right? And the goal is that if you're set to be in the repeat referral business, you're not going to rip people off. Yet now, there's a lot of training. So we have trained and trained and trained. Our state associations help us with that. And of course, Dennis, our variable director, is all over that. We're having training actually this week and next week. But so you have to be constantly on it because humans make mistakes. But here's the thing. If the culture at your store is not to rip people off, you got nothing to worry about. Now, you need great partners like Vanguard to educate you and tell you what's going on. But if your principle at your store is about making sure we're in a repeat referral business and making sure that we don't do anything deceptive, you have nothing to worry about. And to me, that's the big thing. California says, oh, Tully, how do you work in California? I just don't rip anybody off. God bless America.
Hey, Tully, did you say 102 years?
102 years.
That's impressive. You don't look a day over 90 to me.
Thank you, sir.
Ed, you're in Florida at Bozard, Ford, Lincoln. Congratulations to you. Every month you're setting new records in terms of volume. Great job in fixed operations and service. I know you've surpassed now 100 technicians. Big work on the mobile operation, going from 10, already the leader in the country, to in the 30s and 40s and beyond with your mobile vehicles. Ed, how are you seeing it there as COO?
Well, I like what Tim said there. They want to keep us protected, and we're not attorneys, and we don't know all the elements of those laws. And laws are written in ways that they need to be deciphered and broken down for us. And we need partners like Vanguard to come in and keep us in compliance. Unfortunately, these laws get written, like Tully said, because there's people out there that want to double dip, and they don't want a customer for life. They want a customer once. They want that transactional transaction, and they're done. And then so they want to make as much as they can off of that. And that's why these laws get put into place. And we need a partner to help us understand those laws and keep us in compliance. Whether we are building customers for life or not, we still need to be compliant. And I'm sure every one of you guys have read some of these laws that's out there. They're pages long. And I just need somebody to give me clip notes. Tell me what I need to do. Let me dot the I's, cross the T's, and let me keep trucking, because we can't grow if we're trying to analyze everything.
Ed, spot on. Okay, it's tough to know everything that's in these laws and rules, and you really, to have a checklist or a partner to help keep you, within the guardrails, Ed, would be super important.
Absolutely. Keep our eye on the prize. We keep pushing forward.
Mickey, do you know this fella to your right, Jim Sabino at All American Ford?
I know him very well. He's been a customer of ours for almost 20 years, a great customer, I should add. And Jim comes from an organization that's off the mean streets of New Jersey, right? And everyone thinks, hey, go to New Jersey and get your head beat in a car dealership. Nothing could be further from the truth. At Jim's organization, I'm very familiar with the two owners there. And nothing is more important to them than taking care of their customer and their reputation. It's their name not their name on the building, but it's their name behind everything. And I will tell you, these are guys that, grew up in the rough tumble world of the retail car business in the tri-state area of New York, where every dollar is hard to make. And these two guys will never take a dollar that did not belong to them, or they felt it belonged in the customer's pocket. I cut my teeth with these guys almost 20 years ago and learned a valuable lesson that it's not what you make, it's what you keep. And so Jim's organization is very big that way. And I think Jim's been there for longer than 20 years, to give you some idea of what stability means to them. And obviously, if you have stability in your employees, you're going to have a very good process for taking care of your customers.
Jim?
Very true.
Jim, tell us your view of all these things, because you've been there at what is now All American for quite some time. And how does all this play into fixed ops and your operation there?
Correct. So Mickey is right. I'm here 23 years, and Mickey has been above and beyond a truly valued partner through this whole journey that we've been on. He's helped us tremendously with all kinds of products, compliance, and we've had such a great and successful relationship over the years, and continue to in the future. listen, it's all about, Tully touched on it before, repeat referral, right? That's what makes the wheel go round. So you want to be as transparent and on the table as possible in every transaction that is taken, whether it's in the back in fixed ops or in the front in new and used cars or in F&I products. So, Vanguard brings such a value and checks and balances, and it keeps us protected as best as possible to keep the money, that you earn, that you keep it, and that you don't pay it back in fines and for getting tripped up on a technicality or some type of wrongdoing that might have been going on. But, there's a lot of checks and balances that we put on a daily basis. And a lot of that is implemented through the Vanguard products. It just keeps the integrity through the entire transaction. So All American is a much better, reputable establishment to do business because of Vanguard, and that's a fact, and it really is. We take a lot of pride and integrity in our business and our customers that continually come back and return to release or purchase products, that continue to be loyal to our service department and our collision centers. So there's a lot to be said about that. And what he said about the two owners is, yes, it's all about what you keep. These guys are on the ground every day, 6 days a week. They're here, they see it, they hear it, they grind it. So that's what it is. But we do it the right way. Never any smoke and mirrors, never any shady tactics at all. Ever. It's not tolerated. Zero tolerance from the get.
And guys, and Ed and Jim and Tully, you can speak to this. When you have a long-term relationship like a company like Vanguard, when a guy like Jim Sabino calls me one day on a Saturday afternoon and says, "Hey, Mick, I've got a really upset customer here in my service department. They have a service contract from you guys. Hey, they missed a couple of oil changes and they need a new engine and it's $1,800. And I'm looking at a problem here if I can't get this fixed." Jim will tell you that we're saying to him right there and then, "Fix the car, Jim. Yeah. We'll deal with it next week, or we'll do whatever." I don't think that dealerships, maybe some do, but I don't think you can have that kind of relationship with the manufacturer, because the manufacturer people coming into your dealership are not empowered to say to a Jim Sabino, "Yeah, it's a $3,500 engine. What can you do it for internally?" Jim would say, "I can get it done for $2,900. And I'll say, "Jim, fix the car." You need to have those type of relationships. Those are the things that help you in compliance, right? Because we don't have a disgruntled customer going to the Better Business Bureau or somewhere else and making a complaint about the dealership, where it may snowball into something else where you have a state or federal officials coming and looking at what you're doing. Instead of what we're doing in that situation is we're taking a disgruntled customer, being able to give Jim the empowerment to fix their car, and now we have a customer walking out of there thinking, "Well, I tell you what, I know where I'm going to buy my next car from." And you cannot put on paper the value of a relationship like that. And I think Jim, Jim and I run at each other in restaurants every now and then too. So the fact of the matter is that these long-term relationships with companies like ours, and there are many great companies like Vanguard out there. I just happen to think we're the best, right? But I'm sure but it's that relationship, that understanding of what a Jim Sabino or a Tully or an Ed is going through on a daily basis, where we're empowered when we answer the phone to make sure that whatever that issue is there and then, because it could be a $3,500 engine, a $1,500 transmission. If we don't act and do the right thing, then we could be looking at a $50,000 or $75,000 lawsuit. So I can't impress the importance of how compliance works when you have a relationship like the relationship Jim Sabino and I have.
Very true, Mickey. You make there's no hesitation. You make the decision on the spot. Not, "I'll call you back tomorrow. Let me look into it." It's instant.
Because we know that's the one point that consumer that paid $2,500 or $3,000 for a service contract, and they hear that, "Sorry, it's just not covered." We know the first phone call they're making when they leave there is that, well, they don't even have to make a phone call anymore. It's the digital age. They walk out there on their phone and they post on Facebook to their 650 friends that All American Ford didn't take care of them.
Yep.
That's truly understanding the value of a business partnership right there. And we all cross those paths. We all run into those obstacles, and it's how we overcome them that intensifies that partnership.
And listen, we're all very fortunate. We work for very lucrative organizations that make some money. We don't need to cut a corner to upset a customer to see it, to make 1,000 or 1,500 or 2,000 or 20,000. We're all very profitable companies. Our people are all instructed that we do not do anything that would bring embarrassment to our dealer clients or to us. And if that means, last week we had a $60,000 transmission issue at a Porsche store. That transmission was replaced at $58,000. That Vanguard Dealer Services stepped up and did. There are not many companies in the United States of America that do what we do that'll get behind a $60,000 claim that was turned down. So remember, car dealers, when you're getting involved with companies like ours, no disrespect to the guy working out of the trunk of his car, or he's an entrepreneur, or the basement of his home, obviously an entrepreneur. But just think about it, if you have a major problem down the road, make sure the guys that you're dealing with have the financial backing to take care of you.
Tully, you've got the oldest Porsche store in the country, and I believe you have the newest one as well. Do you want to speak to any of that?
You know, it is right. I mean, when we look at our relationship with our providers like Vanguard, right? The issue is that it has to be a relationship. It's not like, how do we not pay the claim? It's called, how do we pay the claim? It's the service writer's job to make sure that things are covered or not covered, right? And when there's gray area, right? Gray area, customers don't understand gray area. And the goal is that we have to be flexible, because is what Mickey said, is that one customer leaves upset might affect 10 to 20, minimal, right? And we have to think of it that way. And then our partners have to think of it that way, right? Because the best thing you can ever do to a customer is what? Sell them a service contract, because we get the best trade in, and they have yes answers when they come in the service drive. Yes, it's covered. Yes, it's covered. It's free. It's free. And then they trade the car and they buy another one. And guess what they do? They buy another service contract. And we have a great trade that is what? Already Recon for us. So the goal is, it's a great cycle, and you have to have a great relationship with your F&I product providers. It is a must.
Mickey, I visited Tully in Sacramento a few months back, and one of the things I noticed that was unique about his 10 different dealerships was the structure in the way it's set up. Not only do they have beautiful facilities, but sales and service and parts, fixed operations, they're all one. They're not under separate silos. He took the walls down, and in the showroom, or what is the showroom, they not only sell vehicles, but that's where the service advisors are. And that's, and Tully, you might want to speak to that. You got service managers there, and you've got a whole different atmosphere where everything works together as one. Fixed and sales are together.
I think that what you're seeing today is manufacturers realize that, because, you know, when we build these monster buildings, as Ed just built a beautiful building down there for Lincoln, you know, Ed doesn't have a lot of say in the matter. He has a little say in the matter, but we don't have a lot of say in the matter. So we are building a beautiful $22 million Porsche building as the newest Porsche dealer in the United States. There's very gray area, but the concept of open concept, I really think, is the best thing that's ever come, as you see some of our luxury brands embrace. There is no walls. There is no glass. Our latest remodel of our BMW store down south from us is, what we did is we took all the glass out, because it was, you know, it was 7 years old. The glass was in the way. So now the service and parts and sales are all in the same room. And that's what we want, right? We've got to have that open relationship, because what's the best thing a salesperson can do is say hello to their customer that's in the service drive. And what is the best thing a customer can do is wander around on the sales floor. So the goal is we have to have an open concept, and everybody is happy, and everybody understands that sales helps service, and service feeds the sales department.
Yeah, you know, just speaking to that, Tully, because we're talking about compliance, I think that's super strong, because the breakdown in compliance is usually in one or the other departments, where an employee is not trained correctly to deal with the situation, right? And we send a disgruntled customer out of the showroom who gets a hold of an attorney, and that attorney automatically thinks class action lawsuit. Wow, this guy's building a $22 million Porsche dealership. He's got plenty of money. I've got nothing but time. And I think that, you know, I manage compliance very simply. We nip everything in the bud as quickly as possible. We don't sit around a table saying, well, that customer may be incorrect. No, how much is it? Can we make the customer satisfied? Will our clients be satisfied? Yes. make the deal, make it go away, and we're compliant. Because my favorite story is a number of years ago, I was involved in a deal where a consumer came in back to the dealership and said, hey, you guys charged me $75 for my registration fee, but it came in at $53. Can you guys give me back my $22? And you can imagine on a busy Saturday afternoon in a showroom, what the sales manager did ask may or may not have said to that consumer about $22. But anyway, they didn't get the $22. They left. And 3 years later, that dealership settled a $2.3 million class action lawsuit because they went back in 5 years and picked up every $22 and $23 that they didn't refund to the customer. So the idea here is nip it in the bud. Make it go away, and make it go away quickly.
And part of that too, just touching
Can I
on
just chime in just one thing, Tim, is that it starts with your dealer. It starts with the dealer has that ability to say, take care of the customer. Sorry to interrupt, but that is so important because a lot of dealers are insulated or they, get all the money. That is not the right answer. The right answer is we embrace and we're going to make sure it happens.
I have a funny story of that with Jim Sabino's boss, his partner, a number of years ago. Excuse me, had a very fancy Mercedes-Benz car, and he purchased a tire and wheel program from us at Vanguard. And it seemed like every third day, Jimmy was calling me saying, "Hey, we need a new rim." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" But it got to the point where the dealer principal met me in the showroom one day and said, "Do you guys really do this for all these consumers? You take care of all these rims?" And I said, well, maybe not to the extent that we like you, or we're getting 10 rims a year or 13 rims a year. But yes, these programs are specifically designed to support the consumer and make sure that you as a dealer don't have problems with compliance. Compliance is it's a gray area, but it only becomes a problem when you have a disgruntled customer, right? And that's where it escalates from there. So for me, compliance begins and ends with taking care of the customer. Now, we know there are going to be some difficult customers come through the showroom, and sometimes we have the attitude that that person's not going to bully me. I'm going to stand up and, they're not getting their $750 or their $1,500. What a waste of time that is, and a bad idea, because you lose every single time. There's as Tully and Jimmy and the other, and Ed will tell you, there's a David and Goliath attitude when you end up in a courtroom with a consumer and a judge. The judge is looking at Tully Williams building a $22 million facility for Porsche, and Mr. and Mrs. Joe Public standing in front of him wanting to get a $2,500 claim approved. Well, I think we all know who's going to win. So compliance begins and ends at the very beginning.
Tim, let me come to you, and let me also ask you about how important education is as far as what you do with dealers. Tim, if you would.
Yeah, and that speaks to what Mickey had said about the training. Sometimes there's just a lack of communication, but how many places do you go where there's actually a formal compliance training program in place or a compliance management system? When I was learning F&I, I was thrown in the office and I didn't have any formal compliance training. It was, all right, here, you need to do this, that. And a lot of times in the sales end, we're so busy and things are just so maneuvering along with customers where it's sell cars, do F&I, where that kind of goes by the wayside. So a big part of the training program, which is extremely important, but gets overlooked, is having a compliance management system for everyone to follow, but having a specified training program for everyone to follow. And that's another thing that Vanguard brings as a partner to these dealerships is we will do that compliance training. We will help you design a compliance management system. Even as an example, how many dealers do not have minimum maximum pricing guidelines? So per example, an F&I manager might make $3,000 on an F&I product. And we might think, great, we made $3,000, but the maximum benefit to the customer is only $5,000. Well, under the new cars regulations, they're looking at that as a deceptive and unfair practice. But if you don't have a minimum maximum pricing guideline in place, whose fault is it really? We're relying on the F&I manager maybe to have a different ethics code or set of code, but if we don't put those guidelines in place, they're doing their job. They're trying to make the most amount of money. So it falls on both parties, and that's what we bring. We'll establish the profit that you want to make, what makes it fair to all your consumers. Say, okay, here's your maximum, here's your minimum. You cannot go above or below. And this way, when they come and do audits and they're looking for the state and federal governments to make money, they can't say, well, you sold this service contract to Tully for $5,000 and you sold the same exact service contract to Mickey for $1,000. What's the deal here?
Yeah, yeah. To piggyback on that a little bit, you know, compliance has to be trained at the F&I office, right? It's got to be in the federal government and the state governments, while they're constantly looking to pick the pocket of the car dealer, they make it relatively easy for them to protect themselves. So what Tim talked about there was a maximum and a minimum selling price guide. There's no regulation that says, well, you have to make your maximum this most, you have to stop at this maximum, right? Or this minimum. You can set those guidelines. And what a car dealer wants to protect themselves against is what we call rogue employees. 20 years ago, a business manager could go crazy in the F&I office, do all sorts of things, and the poor car dealer that really may not have didn't know anything about it until it was too late, bore the brunt of the problem. If those dealers today put these policies in place, like Tim was talking about, a maximum minimum selling price, some guidelines for what they can do with a customer and what they can't do, anyone violating that at the dealership level becomes a rogue employee and protects the dealer against only the deals that employee was working on, which is huge, right? And if the dealer then obviously finds out that employee went against their policies, there's obviously either there has to be some consequences, even up to the point of firing, and the dealer's protecting themselves. But I have to tell you, I'm shocked at how many car dealers I go to today and realize that they don't have these simple policies in place that truly protect them. And like I said, some people think it's daunting, FTC regulations, this, that, and the other. There are some very simple things that you can put in play to protect yourself from a compliance standpoint, that's for sure.
Tim Allen, not just on cars, but on safeguards as well. Now that that's in effect, a lot of things that you can help dealers prepare for there.
Yeah, that's actually one of the #1 areas we see when we go into dealerships every day that are getting violated. There's deal jackets sitting around. The F&I offices aren't locked. The computers aren't locked. You can go in, sit down in front of a computer and pull up Dealer Track or Route 1 and get all the information you want. And, you know, the thing with the safeguards, and it's pretty clear, but there is that little gray area as well, where you don't necessarily have to lock an office. You have to lock the non-public private information. So if you have an open concept or you have a dealer where the F&I manager's office doesn't lock, that's fine as long as the deals are stored under lock and key. So they have to be in a drawer, they have to be locked at all times, and only people that are authorized to access that non-public private information should have access to it. So safeguards is our #1 area of opportunity that we see. But the other part of that, the backup to even the F&I parts, which Mickey had touched on, is how easy it is to protect yourselves. There's a lot of dealers now that get lulled into the electronic age and say, we store all our OFACs and our red flags and everything on the computer. We don't print them out and put it in our deal jacket. But if the government's coming in to do an audit and they can't find it in the deal jacket, they're going to go to a busy employee and say, hey, we need you to show us these and we need you to show them now. Or maybe they give you a day or two, depending on the situation. But what if you can't find it? That's #1. #2, what if you get hacked? How many systems have we seen get hacked before where data is lost? And the question I ask everybody when they tell me we do electronic only is, would any NFL team on any given Sunday take the field without a backup quarterback? Why wouldn't you take 10 seconds to print the cleared compliance information and store it in the deal jacket as a backup to your electronic storage just to make sure you're safe?
Yeah, I mean, the concept is don't give an inch, right? Do the extra work so then when someone comes in who really doesn't know what they're looking for and can get confused easy, you should be able to have it ready and accessible to them so that they don't get upset and annoyed and decide that, hey, I'm going to ruin your day and expand this search to the last 2 years of your business, right? So it's very important to nip it in the bud, like he says. There are so many little things that car dealers can do to protect themselves that so many aren't doing.
Everybody, we're here at the end of January. We're about 4 weeks into the year, 11 months ahead of us. Want to do a quick lightning round with everybody, 30 seconds. You're speaking to your peers, how they can best prepare themselves for the year ahead with some of these things with cars, safeguards. I'd like to start with Tully Williams, come over to Jim Sabino, Ed Roberts, Tim Allen, and I'll let Mickey bring it home. NADA, by the way, is at the end of the week, so all this is coming into play. So quick lightning round, for your peers, starting with our friend Tully.
Culture in your store. Don't rip your customers off. Have great partners like Vanguard with quality training constantly.
Jimmy?
All right. Listen, again, Mickey touched on it. It comes from the top down. The culture of the store has to be transparent. No funny games, no funny business. Secure your sensitive material, all your documents properly secured, stored, locked, and treat your customers with value, integrity, and respect, and look for that repeat and referral.
Jim, I'm trying to get as good with the recap as you, but I've been watching on a couple panels, so I'm taking notes. Ed Roberts, advice for your peers.
Dealers are notorious for dealing with problems by not dealing with problems. And think about what Mickey said with the $22 tag refund and what that turned into. And think about the stuff that Tim talked about with not being in compliant. Don't wait until someone tells you that you're not compliant, because it's the wrong ones telling you you're not compliant. Reach out to a partner, put things together, put safeguards in place, and move forward and grow your business.
Tim Allen.
So I would just recommend look at all of your systems. If you don't have a compliance management system, we can help you make one. Anyone can help you put it in place, your minimum maximum pricing guidelines. It's never too late to do that. And to approach every transaction, whether it's in sales, service, or F&I, with honesty and transparency. We all know the 300% rule, 100% products, 100% customers, 100% of the time. I go by the 500% rule, which is 100% honesty, then 100% transparency, to 100% of your customers with 100% of the applicable products 100% of the time. So look at your whole overview on compliance in your systems and make sure they're in place.
Mickey Quinn, Vanguard Dealer Services.
Hey, we just came off 3 of the most profitable years in the history of the car business, if not the most 3 profitable years. And I think we've already begun to see that starting to decline a little bit, right? In volumes and gross profits on the front end of the deal. And for the last few years, F&I probably took a little bit of a back seat, because I don't want to say it was easier, but it's certainly with low interest rates and consumers really looking for cars, it was a retail person's heaven. And I think car dealers have got to be careful as we go into the decline in profits. We have to make sure that F&I, who have been used to making substantial amount more money over the last few years than they were previously, that they don't go into bad habits. So the dealer has to be ultra diligent, certainly this year, to make sure that even though you're making less money than you were, we're still very profitable. It's fantastic to see these entrepreneurs doing that well. But just have your eye on the ball and make sure that someone who you're paying a lot of money to isn't slowly but surely destroying your reputation, and you'll wake up one morning and not know it. Put guidelines in place that once someone starts doing something that doesn't sound right, it shows up immediately. And that's what companies like ours do. And I'm sorry for going long on this, but it's very important to note, many car dealers that we meet, the biggest ones and the smallest ones, when we talk about compliance, they look us right in the eye and say, we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, or we spend millions of dollars a year with attorneys to make sure that we're compliant. The only thing I would say to you is, I have yet to meet the attorney who sat on a Saturday afternoon delivering 14 cars, spotting 14 cars, and get them out the door. So I don't know how that person could look at a deal jacket and get the same results from an analysis that someone like me or Tim or some of our other people who have spent over 30 years in the retail business. So I would say to you, yes, it's important to use the attorneys, because that's what the courts and the judges look for. But if you want a real clean analysis of what's going on in your deal jackets, have somebody from an agency or someone who sat in the F&I office for a number of years go through that, and you will get your eyes opened to the things that we bring to the table that these very, very expensive attorneys don't.
Mickey, how does our audience take the next step to learn more about Vanguard Dealer Services?
We're on the website at vanguarddealerservices.com. Last month, we had over 1,650 rooftops from new car franchises remit business to us. So we certainly have the law of large numbers when we look at compliance and we look at everything else. And I will tell you that for me, over the course of the 22 years that I've been with Vanguard, 23 years coming, never before in the last 24 months have I seen an interest in compliance like our dealers have. It's not just about the money, right? I mean, these are great entrepreneurs and great capitalists and provide hundreds and hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs on a daily basis in the United States. But these men and women are truly interested in their reputation and their family's reputation. For many of them, it's second, third, and fourth generation. Their grandfather started these businesses, and they don't want their name in the paper. They don't want their name on these lawsuits. And if you look at every one of them, you will see that for the most part, it's a rogue employee has created the problem, and the dealer didn't have the guidelines in place to protect them. They're simple. Reach out to us. We'll come and give you an analysis for free. We are here. The last thing that we want to do is for our clients to give any of their money back to state or federal governments. They do enough of that in taxes. So we want to try and hold on to it as much as we can. So you can go on the website and get my phone number, my email, reach out to me, and I'll be happy to send some of my people to do an analysis of your deals for you. And you will, I promise you, I'll buy you dinner if you don't get your eyes opened.
There we have it, everybody. Mickey Quinn, Vanguard Dealer Services. Want to thank Tim Allen from Vanguard, Tully Williams from the Nilo Company, Jim Sabino from All American Ford, Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln. Vanguard Dealer Services.
And Tully, can you put one of those 911 convertibles aside for me, please? And so, can get me a 99-month or 999-month payment plan, please. Well, good for you. Hey, nice job, everybody. Thank you.
Everybody, Vanguard Dealer Services here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I found some of my mobile guys coming back in for a few minutes, so I want to take a moment to introduce you guys to them. Got Jared, been out running the streets this morning, hanging out with Tyler. These two are a shady bunch right here. Be careful if they show up to your house. You got Patrick? Harley?
Yes, sir.
Last name is Davidson.
Yep.
If you find him on social that way. Got Poe? Hello, Poe. These guys make it happen as well. I have more. The moment's still out in the field. We got a couple more here right now. Nate? Nate also got him a new ride recently. He's been rolling around showing it off. We got Michael. These two guys have been a pair for, what, 4 years now?
Yeah. Working 4 years, yes. Just round up. Just round it up, yeah.
Appreciate what you guys do, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Meet us in the town square. Welcome back to the Knights of the Fixed Ops Roundtable event.
Create your own epic story with our next speaker, Tim Hardin from Epicor.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's a great honor to welcome our friends from Epicor. Tim Hardin is here. Tim has been a big part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable over the last year. He's the Senior Vice President of Global Data Services. Tim, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Great to be here, Ted. Looking forward to the day.
I am as well. By the way, it was a great honor to also meet members of your team up at Northwood University just a few months ago for their 60th annual International Auto Show, and to meet Jake and Tommy and the folks from Epicor in person.
Well, we've got a great team, and the Northwood relationship is super important to us. When I joined Epicor a few years ago, you and I were talking about this a little bit off camera earlier, I was surprised that we didn't have a deeper relationship with Northwood. It certainly had been explored in the past, but over the last couple of years with the establishment of our Epicor lab there on site, we couldn't be happier with the relationship and the influx of talent that we have from Northwood University. So great organization, great leadership team team there, and we're super happy with the relationship.
Well, when we met last year, you and I, and we've also done a panel together since then, Epicor was launching an aftermarket parts catalog, estimating and sourcing solutions to help dealers dramatically increase their share of customer pay parts, tire, and service opportunities. Now you've furthered your investment in the fixed ops space with a major recent acquisition. And I'm going to ask you, Tim, if you wouldn't mind telling us about that today.
No, for sure. And launching the digital catalog in the OE dealer space, it's something that's been established in the aftermarket space for over 50 years with Epicor, but that expansion into the OE dealer space is what you and I had talked about in the past year. But we are very excited to have acquired Elite Extra, a leading provider of cloud-based last mile delivery solutions that is very well established in the dealer parts and service channel. Many of the listeners today, hundreds of them, are already customers of Epicor via the relationship with Elite Extra. And as we discussed previously, there are tremendous changes taking place in the fixed ops category with a massive population of out of warranty vehicles needing parts, tires, and service. And Ted, you and I both know it's not getting any younger or smaller anytime soon. So dealer groups are recognizing the opportunity, which requires the ability to quickly and efficiently move the right parts to the right place, whether it's at another dealer location or an aftermarket repair shop. By adding last mile logistics to our automotive portfolio, we can help dealers master every step in the process. And whether it's the dispatch and delivery, our newest release, which is returns automation, which automates the returns process, and I'm super excited about how easy this will make it for dealers. Our rapidly growing delivery network that gives clients a one-stop shop for managing networks like Uber, DoorDash, along with their own fleets.
Oh, wow.
We're now positioned to help dealers maximize the revenue and profit opportunities impacted by these areas. So great acquisition, great team up in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Jim Ward and the team are really great to work with, and we think we're going to have a great growth opportunity for us and for our customers.
Tim, I'm going to ask you to give us a quick overview of the company. Epicor is no stranger, 50 years in the aftermarket. You see some significant opportunities to leverage strengths in product, service, and business intelligence on behalf of dealerships. Help us zero in on how Epicor is helping dealers capitalize on the changes taking place in the after-sales market.
Well, briefly, Epicor is the leading provider of automotive-specific business intelligence, product content, e-commerce, inventory management, CRM, and now last mile logistics solutions in the automotive businesses, including many of the biggest names in the after sales marketplace that are on your street corner. Our solutions are designed to help franchise dealers and other customers more efficiently and profitably increase fixed ops revenue. It's just as simple as that. There has never been a better time to invest in technology solutions designed specifically for the after sales category. And the reason I say this is the US market is expected to reach, and you know this, $390 billion by 2027, thanks to increased vehicle longevity, like we just mentioned, supply chain constraints, we're all dealing with that, economic uncertainty, and a number of other factors. So that's where Epicor is positioned, and we're right at the center of the Venn diagram of providing content that powers getting the right part to the right place at the right time.
You mentioned business intelligence. I'm going to ask you about that shortly because we're hearing a lot more about that now coming up at the roundtable. But first, the very core of the Epicor value proposition seems to be achieving mastery of the almost unlimited volume of data being generated within that after-sales value chain. Tell us how this data mastery can translate to faster and more profitable growth for dealerships and specifically fixed ops departments.
Well, not everybody gets excited about talking about content engines. I'm one of those people that does that. Over the past 50 years, Epicor has built a parts and service content engine that really is second to none in the automotive industry. Through our digital parts catalog, our service estimating solutions that you and I've talked about before, our e-commerce platform, our point of sale systems, our CRM technologies, all of which are targeted at automotive aftermarket and the dealer space, and now Elite Extra, we have visibility into more than 1 billion parts transactions and nearly 150 million vehicle service occasions every year. By using an Epicor solution, businesses have moved beyond simply responding to the changes taking place in their markets, which is really where we've been living in this responsive, reactive world, to predicting and capturing future opportunities. Dealerships can use our solutions to determine which parts to stock and in what quantities, and even predict future service needs for a customer's vehicle, all based on Epicor data that, with a little help from AI, has moved from historical data to market-based, or as we like to call it, fact-based recommendations that are the key, and they key in on actual repairs currently being performed by make, by model, down to the zip code level.
I love it. Our panel last time we got together was very impressed with a lot of the technology you've got. AI is a big part of the conversation today, Tim, and I imagine we can't really talk about business intelligence without touching on AI. How is Epicor integrating AI with its vast data engine to better serve its thousands of customers across North America?
Great question, Ted, and certainly something that is on the tip of the tongue of just about every technologist or service organization that you're talking to today. We've built an impressive team of data scientists over the last several years whose work, combined with AI and machine learning, enables us to bring meaning, like practical meaning, or what we call contextual intelligence, like big words, just like stuff that matters and the things that you do every day. That's really what that means, to the massive volume of data moving each day through our automotive ecosystem. For dealerships, this intelligence can help guide location-specific, think about that, location-specific stocking, pricing, promotion, and delivery strategies. It can also help service writers and technicians identify undiagnosed service needs on customer vehicles. How do we do that? By arming them with the insights as to what parts are likely to fail on given vehicles within certain geographies, which ties to what I noted earlier around using actual repair information to inform the market.
Wow. Tim, that concept of predictive intelligence, that's fascinating, and both fascinating and game-changing. Are you saying that your customers can now identify which parts to add and subtract from their local inventories based on that predictive model?
Well, that's a yes or no question, and the answer is yes.
Wow.
This is a technology we already leverage on behalf of several North America's largest aftermarket parts distribution businesses. So we've been doing this for some time. We're now talking with dealership groups about implementing predictive inventory management within specific dealer locations, all based on Epicor's real-world parts and service demand data, combined with proprietary predictive modeling tools.
That predictive maintenance solution is going to change the customer's vehicle ownership experience. How can dealers use the intelligence you've got to capture more parts and then more tires and more service opportunities?
A good question. Our predictive maintenance assistance solution is the first and only technology to predict future repairs for any popular passenger vehicle in any specific location.
Wow.
The solution puts real-time, let's go back to fact-based, real-time, using the repair data that's in the market today, not just what happened historically. So real-time data, AI-enriched forecast, and it puts it at the fingertips of the service writers as they're writing the estimates while they're interacting with technicians and advising their customers. So it's right there in front of them. Imagine having a customer bring their vehicle into your dealership for an alignment, and being able to advise them that there's a good chance that they will experience a water pump failure in the near future. This holistic repair intelligence can help dealerships dramatically strengthen customer confidence and trust, and ultimately accelerate profitable growth. Now, think about where a dealership lives today. You and I have talked about this with the panel over the last year. Dealerships are in a world where, as the population of vehicles gets older, they really want to serve all makes, all models as much as they can. So Ted, if you and your family have several cars, but not all of them are serviced at the same dealership, if they have the ability to service all makes, all models, then they can control that entire customer relationship and build that trust up with your household. And ultimately, that trust in that relationship, that's where the dollars are.
Tim, it seems that Epicor burst onto the scene about a year ago, but it's a success story 50 plus years in the making. What's been the response to Epicor's very rapid expansion within the fixed ops category? And I would imagine that acquisition of Elite Extra is going to take it to an even larger audience.
Well, we've had excellent response among dealers with the Elite Extra acquisition, but I think as much as anything, when we've been pulled into the retail automotive segment over the last couple of years since I've been here, primarily to make it easier to have access to aftermarket parts and make it easier to get those parts into the dealership. One of the limiters, in all candor, one of the limiters was you don't have a really significant footprint in the dealer space, and that's something that we could grow slowly, or we could grow through acquisition. And I think with Elite Extra, what it does is it opens up 800 to 900 conversations immediately with clients that are like, oh, I'm already a customer of yours. And so now we think that there will be a significant amount of energy around bringing Epicor even further into the dealer space, helping them get that right part to the right place to the right time. And dealers have the opportunity to capture meaningful shares of a parts and service market that has traditionally been dominated by independent aftermarket providers. And they can also enhance their value proposition as like convenient sources of OE quality parts for large and small service businesses in each local area they might serve are now more readily available. So the tools to achieve those things, as we've talked about, they're available right now.
Everybody, Tim Hardin is the Senior Vice President of Global Data Services at Epicor. Tim, it looks like you're going to NADA. I see the booth number on the ticker down below. Tell us about that.
Well, we'll be at NADA, so if you're there, look us up. Look, hundreds of you are already customers of ours that we've mentioned earlier, and we'll have an Epicor booth there. You'll see the ticker, and with a combination of Elite Extra and Epicor, hundreds of dealers, which we already serve, just don't miss an opportunity to explore how we can help you get the right part to the right place at the right time, and most importantly, maximize your opportunities to strengthen your customer relationships and the loyalty, but also to maximize your revenue and profit opportunities that, as we talked about earlier, massive vehicle population is aging. It's not going anywhere soon. And we have an opportunity now to really help you maximize that.
I love it. For those who want to know more, Tim and the team at Epicor will be at NADA booth number 6821N. If you're not going to NADA, you can check them out on epicor.com, and they're all over social media. And Tim, I'm going to invite you back, if you don't mind, to come back at our next Fix Up Roundtable. Let's take this up another couple notches and talk about the rollout and how it's going. And you just continue to deliver a whole lot of value to our dealers. So congratulations to you and the Epicor team, Tim.
I really appreciate it, Ted. It's always great talking to you and the panel over the last year. And we're looking forward to being a bigger part of the narrative in this space as we move forward.
Everybody, Tim Hardin with Epicor with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks a lot, Ted.
Whether you consider it evolutionary or revolutionary, change is reshaping the franchise dealer business. And we're not talking about electric vehicles. There's another promising opportunity that demands your attention. It's the fast-growing and increasingly lucrative customer pay parts, tire, and service market. Consider what's happening around you. Average vehicle age is at an all-time high and rising faster than ever. More than 60% of passenger vehicles are 8 years old or older. 25% are at least 16 years of age. Together, this represents 244 million prospective parts, tire, and service targets. We say prospective because the vast majority of these vehicles are being serviced outside the franchise dealer channel. Would you like to capture your share of this nearly $400 billion opportunity? Epicor is ready to help. Our solutions are enabling thousands of automotive businesses to address every customer pay parts, tire, and service opportunity for virtually any vehicle, regardless of make, model, or year. We're helping service providers build customer relationships spanning the full vehicle lifecycle, from the end of the factory warranty to the day the vehicle is scrapped. We're putting the industry's most complete parts, tire, and labor data at the fingertips of thousands of service advisors every day. We've created a faster, more accurate estimating process for customer pay jobs that helps dealers increase average RO and service lane productivity. We offer real-time information on local parts and tire availability and pricing to speed every job, increase customer satisfaction, and boost the dealer's absorption rate. And we're helping parts departments establish real-time visibility and control of their inventories to increase efficiency and reduce operating costs. Epicor is ready to help your fixed ops teams achieve the same impressive results. Own every non-warranty parts, tire, and service opportunity, all makes, all models, all customers. Now you can with Epicor. Contact us today to learn more.
Leading the way to our next segment is Robert Manuel from CallRevu. Up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Robert Manuel is with us. He's with CallRevu. CallRevu is no stranger to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. First time having Robert on the show. Robert, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, Ted, thank you so much for having me. It really is a privilege. And realistically, I also want to thank you for what you're doing for fixed operations. When I was at the dealership, man, fixed ops was always like sales was king, right? It was pretty. And fixed operations was like the one that was kind of in the background, even though it got a lot done at the dealership. It was most of its profit. It helped the dealership run. So I really appreciate platforms like this, really highlighting the true value that fixed operations brings to the dealer. So thank you for that.
No one knows better than you. Fixed ops does not get a lot of love, especially the parts department.
Yeah.
Which you worked retail. You've had an amazing career in retail in the dealership. Robert, give us a little bit of your background there, because I think that's important for the audience to know where we're coming from.
Absolutely. So when I was 14 years old, I went to a technical high school here in Baltimore, Mercanthaler Vocational Technical High School, with the highlight being automotive technology. That's what I wanted to learn. And so they had a work study program where I would work at the dealership in the parts department as the inventory management specialist. I would do that first and then finish the rest of my day in school. So when I graduated on Sunday, I started full time at the dealership on Monday, and every aspect of the parts department. So stock, doing retail, wholesale parts, working with the technicians, then actually running our parts department for both the General Motors side and the Honda side.
And probably no more important topic for dealerships than the phones. And Robert, parts gets a lot of calls, and you know how frustrating it could be when someone picks up the phone and says, "Hello, parts, please hold." You know, and that happens a lot, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. More than management would like in particular. And all it does is frustrate the customers and ruins the experience.
So I want to talk to you today about some of the challenges facing dealerships, in particular fixed ops.
Yeah.
What trends do you see? And, you know, considering we're in a very dynamic time in the automotive industry right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing right now is the emergence of EV. So we think that, okay, that might just have unique challenges for the sales team. But the fact is when it comes to fixed operations, they really do have two problems. One, they have to make sure they have technicians that are adequately prepared to be able to work on those vehicles. But even from a presentation perspective, they have to make sure that they're able to get these cars prepped and ready to go to be sold. And so just being able to have that type of format in the background and answering calls regarding needed service for those vehicles. Customers will, with all this technology, we still find that 5 customers will visit a dealership's website, look up information on a particular car, but they still choose to call only 2 of those dealers, right? So fixed operations is getting these phone calls where, hey, I have this hybrid, I have this EV vehicle, I need to be able to do this. I don't understand the service schedule. You have to explain it to me. And having the right phone handlers on the right seat of the bus to be able to answer those questions uniformly, we're seeing that with challenges. We're seeing service departments, parts departments dealing with these challenges across the country.
Robert, I agree so much. There's no more important topic than the phones at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We've heard it and seen it loud and clear the last couple of years. I know there are overlooked opportunities that dealers encounter with call monitoring and AI-driven insights. Give us your perspective on that, coming from retail and with all the time you spent at CallRevu as well.
So interestingly, I thought I was the man on the phone until I started working at CallRevu and actually heard myself speak. And I saw that there was much to be desired. But one of the challenges we found as a result of that is just the sheer volume. So dealers will put call monitoring solutions in place because they're savvy enough and understand I can't get to every single phone call. I need a safety net. I need to be able to capture those opportunities. But then that's where it stops, right? So then their function, the way that they inspect the caller's journey becomes reactive and not proactive. So they have these call monitoring solutions, but they underutilize them. They only focus on getting alerts, right? They only focus on missed opportunities, but not looking at those insights to see, okay, what's actually driving what I'm seeing? Is it people or is it process? Because it's one of the two, right? So being able to actually take the information that they have to make solid business decisions, just taking a little bit of time. That's the biggest challenge that they're facing right now, in particular when it comes to the phones. Because the same service writer that writes up the car in the lane, he's answering the phone too. So it's very difficult to take time to be reflective, right? And then proactively look to see, okay, where am I struggling? What is the caller's journey like coming into my store? And then making changes from there.
You know, many years ago, 20 years ago, there was a lot of resistance to dealerships having a BDC. Why should we have somebody answer the phone? And that has now kind of become commonplace. But we saw the same thing in service, you know, in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, service and parts. You know, why should we have somebody, you know, handling a fixed ops service BDC as an example? Yet it's really now obvious that it's commonplace. In the F&I office, you wouldn't dream of having somebody who's meeting with customers, closing out deals. You wouldn't dream of them having to answer the phone calls coming in, you know, on the status of their deal, as an example.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, right? You let the individual sit on their seat of the bus. That's the good to great principle, right? And to do what they do best. It's the same thing with the phones. You need to have phone handlers that have that skill to be able to delight the customer.
CallRevu's CEO, Ben Choder, was on the show recently. Very refreshing to hear him talking about AI. I want to ask you about AI. Robert, how is AI contributing to the advantages experienced by dealerships, particularly in fixed operations? What do you see?
So interestingly, what we're seeing is that when utilized properly, it is humanizing the experience. So because what it does is it's able to give you insights that allow you to create a personal experience for the customer. So now dealers are able to see, okay, not only is the call coming in and the end of call result, I can see what the customer's journey was like. What's their sentiment? Is it because they were on hold for over a minute, they're irritated and they're upset? Like, I can see that, right? I can see that when they're going through multiple layers of an auto attendant or an IVR, their frustration. We can see these kind of things. I can see specific keywords that are mentioned so that I know what my customers are talking about. And in particular, one of the things we've done at CallRevu is have a heavy focus on a service or a fixed ops product that allows us to see, okay, what is it specifically that my customers are talking about? Now, we all know oil changes is probably number one, but what's number two? Is it fluid exchanges? Is it brake flushes? Is it transmission services? Is it tires? What is it so that I know, okay, I need to be adequately staffed or stocked for these parts, right? And on the fixed operations side, I need to have teams, whether it be a quick service team, skilled technicians, whatever the case might be, I'm adequately staffed to be able to support the end user. So AI is uncovering all of these rich insights, which even 4 or 5 years ago, we've never had. And that's been a really heavy focus for us here at CallRevu. We want dealers to be able to understand, really understand what customers are looking for when they're reaching out to these retailers.
So Robert, just to go back to what you just said, your CallRevu, your tool, your platform is able to give the dealership insights into what the customer is saying, for example, the sentiment, on the call, and a lot of insights that we've never been able to have before to really give them a great perspective on their own business.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things we've done in our platform that focuses on fixed ops, we have a section called Top 10 Services Offered or Mentioned. So the customer's like, hey, these are the top one out of a plethora of different options. These are the ones that the customers are responding to, are asking about, or questioning the most. This is my client base. These are my customers. These are the ones that I should be looking out to take care of.
That sounds like great tools that every dealership needs. I got to ask you, having worked in dealership a long time, there are a lot of things that happen in the course of a business day. Monday through Friday or Saturday or whatever the work week is. A lot of obstacles that come up, a lot of fires to be put out. How do you tackle some of those obstacles on the dealership side that you see happen every day? That might hinder the implementation of a new technology or slow it down, as I might say.
Yeah, so it's really two things that we educate on when someone partners with us at CallRevu. We educate them really on two things. One, to slow down the approach of adopting the technology, which sounds counterintuitive. Like, no, we wanted these early adopters really quickly. But again, to your point, the dealership is quite literally like a box of chocolates. Every day, you never know what you're going to get, right? So you have to make sure that you are prepared and that you just take one thing at a time. So, hey, we've implemented this new technology. Let's make sure that we have our alerts set up correctly. And we found that with this phased approach with our partners, not only are they getting greater success, they're getting much greater adoption, especially from maybe like associate employees who feel that this tool is just a means to big brother me or is a means to show what I'm doing wrong, as opposed to a means to help them not only improve, but ultimately delight the customer. So that phased approach is step one. The second piece to that too is dealerships understanding that AI software, the greatest commodity that you have is your people. Right? So just like we take time to ensure that we're healthy, that we eat, we work out, we do all these things, we provide for our families, invest in your people. Make sure that you train them, provide them with tools and even your own time and effort that's going to train them. So it won't be a question about adopting the technology. They'll do it. They'll do it willingly and happily. And ultimately, again, the goal is to delight the customer so that when you stack the deck with reasons for them to want to do business with you. So slow phased approach with the technology, pieces like cookie it step by step, and then ongoing training. The training never stops. The most precious commodity the dealer has is the people, taking the time out to invest in them, in particular in fixed operations. It's wide, it's open. It's really where customers can have the most difficult time because nobody wants to spend thousands of dollars on repairing their vehicle, but they have to. So making sure that you have your teams ready to tackle those conversations with customers, right? And focus on how they're handling the phones.
We've had a number of panels in the last few years with CallRevu and CallRevu dealers that have been on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And I want to come back to that team buy-in, okay, and utilization, because I thought it's amazing that you've got a lot of buy-in on the dealership side. And that really speaks to your effectiveness out in the field, okay, and working with dealers, having, for example, you yourself, your deep experience in dealership, you've walked in those shoes and you know what the dealership folks are experiencing on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Chip said it, our founder, Chip King, quite literally, like the CallRevu story. So Chip was local here in Baltimore, right? I know the deal. I used to do inventories at the dealership he started CallRevu at, right? And he would always say that CallRevu is for dealers by a dealer. Like, that's not hyperbole. We really are for dealers, 100% automotive by dealers, individuals in the space, in the industry that speak the language. And we get it because we felt the pain too. We felt it. We probably felt it first. And that's why we're able to really help our customers, really help our partners adopt it with the right mindset. The goal is not to be big brother. Delight your customer. Take care of your people. Make money, right? Make sure that the caller's journey is something that everyone can be happy and proud of.
We're talking today to Robert Manuel. He is with CallRevu, great friend of the Fixed Ops Roundtable and community. I got to ask you, Robert, looking out on the horizon, what changes do you anticipate in the role of AI? Because, everyone's talking about it to one extent or another, or not talking about it, okay, within the automotive industry. And, where do you see this going? What are the prospects you envision for dealers to sustain positive growth and transformation? What do you see?
So what we're going to see in particular is more predictive analytics. How does that resonate? That means that with AI, fixed ops directors, parts managers, body shop managers, whatever, we're going to be able to actually build unique customer profiles to be able to tailor personalized experiences for every single customer. There's no doubt that AI is going in that direction. The question we all have to ask ourselves is, one, are we going to embrace it? And then number two, if we are going to embrace it, how are we going to stand out as different so that when customers choose to do business with us, though the AI is a part of customizing the experience, it's ultimately us that humanizes it. So, but we see that for sure coming down the pipeline. And at CallRevu, we're uniquely designed to support dealers in that transition, because it really is one that's very different than what we've seen even in the last decade. So being able to work with that approach, again, a phased approach, and supporting those new efforts, it's something that's coming down the pipe, regardless of whether we want it to or not, because I know everyone feels differently about AI, but just making sure that we're prepared so that the customers don't suffer. That's really going to be the goal.
Robert, here we are. Last week of January, going in now to February, right? Can't believe we're already 4 weeks into the year, looking out over the horizon.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's another big event happening at the end of this week and into the weekend at NADA in Las Vegas. I know CallRevu will be there. And you and I mentioned to me in the green room before we got rolling that CallRevu will have a number of things set up. Easy to meet with the CallRevu folks there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have our booth is going to be set up. We'll have office space so that we can have that one-on-one conversation with potential partners. Additionally, we'll have a couple of different things dealers can try so that they can see our new elevated intelligence platform, what that's going to mean for them. And then again, the goal is to make NADA, this experience, something that is remarkable, so that when dealers walk away, they understand that partnering with CallRevu is going to help them with the caller's journey. It's going to help their teams improve. But again, delighting the customer. So we're looking forward to anyone that wants to stop by. As you guys can see, my information's here. Reach out if you want to set up an appointment, however they want to do it. Stop by and let us show you what we're going to be offering into the market. 2024 is the year of truth. Right? It really is. And we're looking forward to being able to partner with dealers to help them to uncover the caller's journey.
If our dealers or retail managers want to reach out to Robert Manuel, fellow retail professional for many years, you could see Robert's email is scrolling on the screen. Easy to reach. Also, he's on social media as well. We're connected on LinkedIn, and let the folks at CallRevu at NADA know that you saw Robert here on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And Robert, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'd like to invite you back. We have a lot of panels at this event and at future events on retail, and I know you've got tremendous expertise. So I'd like to tap into that in the near future, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to be a part. As I mentioned, I love what you're doing for fixed operations. Right? We're keeping the lights on in these real retailers. So I'm happy to be able to support this effort, because this is something that's truly beneficial for our business.
Everybody reach out to CallRevu, callrevu.com. Robert Manuel is Partner Success Manager. Robert, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you so much for today.
Absolutely, man. You have a great day. Appreciate you again.
Robert Manuel, everybody, from CallRevu here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Take a moment now to pull out your phones and scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts. Help influence who will have a seat at the roundtable by voting for the 5 best speakers or panelists whom you think are the knights in shining armor. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Mount your noble steed. We're riding towards our next segment with the Rapid Recon panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have great friends of the automotive retail community with us, leaders in the community, Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung, today talking about reconditioning and appraisals. RapidRecon.com is a big part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Dennis and Josh, welcome back to the event.
Thank you, Ted. Really pleased to be here and great to see you again.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, Josh, great things happening with the work you are doing in the field, and we're hearing it from our dealers, unsolicited, about all the wonderful things and the things you've done for dealerships. So I want to talk today about two phases of used car operations, reconditioning and appraisals. Let me say that no general manager wants to be pulled away when something comes off the rails or unexpected, right? Yet that frequently happens in the course of the day, especially when they thought these are being handled by technologies that, for example, are handled by folks like yourselves. And they count on these solutions to just work, all right? And, keeping the outcomes and situations predictable regardless. So reconditioning and appraisals, those two functions might not seem readily connected, yet they are. And the order in which we talk about them, I think, is the correct sequence. So I want to go a little deeper today, Dennis, and ask you, can you flesh out the solution behind the idea of easing the general manager's workday? And how does the focus on recon and appraisals make that happen?
Sure. Let me dive into that because, I've been in this reconditioning game now for about 13 years, and we've made some pretty good dent in people's ability to manage their own accountability. And but the one part that we've never really paid much attention to is the part before the cars get to reconditioning. Yet it's so important. It's so important that they're able to do a thorough analysis of the car because they're going to be making offers, and so the appraisal part of this is really important, and we're starting to realize that now. And so essentially we're pulling the reconditioning process forward to include what goes into being able to adequately appraise a car, both the physical part of it, basically what you see, but also now we're able to look inside the car through some of the technology and be able to say, well, okay, what's the condition of the electronics in the engine in this thing too? And I'm sure Josh has some comments on this, but this is something that is going to change the profile of reconditioning, because if you can provide more information as things go into the fixed op side of things, give a head start, and it's all about speed and it's all about accuracy, then it makes everything easier. It smooths out that whole process of getting things to the front line.
Yeah, makes sense. Josh, anything you'd like to add on that?
Yeah, I think Dennis hit the nail on the head. When you look at speed and accuracy, those things a lot of time are driven by data. And with what some technologies are out there today, the data, previously didn't exist. And so you were making really good guesses or anecdotal guesses on what you thought the reconditioning cost or what the value of the vehicle was. And, with having technology to make data-driven decisions is super powerful when it comes to reconditioning and speed, because now you're not guessing, right? And that's powerful. And when you can be in control, most general managers and used car directors, when it comes to appraisals, want to be in control. And now you'll have the ability to be in control.
Josh, you've got a unique team here because you've put together both Velocity Automotive and Rapid Recon, and as leaders, and now the leader in providing dealers with digital vehicle presentation tools. Talk to us a little bit about that and how some of that fits into the equation, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think, when we look at our message, Dennis and I, we look at recon to retail, right? So if I can get the vehicle reconditioned quicker with data-driven data, right? Data that's going to bring value in the appraisal process, then I want to be able to sell it quicker. And a lot of times selling that vehicle quicker not necessarily means reconditioning only. It's having the information most transparent for the consumer to see. And so inside that dealership vehicle portfolio, most of our consumers or customers from a dealership remembers it as a digital evidence manual or a worry-free folder. And being able to pull all that data together automatically and not, tying up a lot of time from a salesperson or a BDC agent to have that information visible to a consumer is powerful. And, being able to put these two companies together and drive that behavior on Recon to retail has been really, really good, a good success for our company. So we're super excited. Transparent, incredible buying experiences are still what customers are looking for, and we're delivering that.
If I can ask, and this is for either of you or both of you, it seems that the appraisal process in the last 24 months has taken on a whole new life of its own. You see, just look online and you see people talking about appraisals. The more vehicles we appraise, the more cars we're going to sell, appraising vehicles and evaluating them in the service lane, all different types of new technologies and tools. So for either of you, how is reconditioning connected to the appraisal? And I never thought I would see those two linked in this way.
Well, let me take a little bit of that and then let Josh kind of wrap it up. But okay. On that, but the problem has been in the past that there've been mistakes made in terms of knowing exactly what the repairs are going to cost. Mm-hmm. So it's been guessing. Now it's easy to look at the car and say these seats need to be updated and there's scratches on the car and the bumpers need to be painted and things like that. But it's been really hard to tell very quickly, wait a minute, these sensors are not working. There was a trouble code that popped up here. And it's the consumers are, they're smart. They know how to go and turn these things off. So if they're going to trade a car in, they're going to try and get the best value they can. If they know that those trouble codes are showing up, those things can be turned off. And that's really not fair. I mean, it's not fair to the dealer because you want to be transparent with your customer. And so the history is technology of ODB2, and this goes way back with me, even before ODB2 with Ford. And so now there are 11,000 trouble codes that are available at that port. And all you need to do is take this little box that looks at your phone and just jam it up in the connector. And 20 seconds later, you have all that information. It's all in there. And that makes it transparent. And I think it also helps to make the customer feel better because they're usually on a trade, they're a little uneasy. I know I'm probably going to get lowballed. And so there's an opportunity here to take some of the uncertainty out of this for the customer as well. So, Josh, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I think when you look at reconditioning and appraisals and tying together, especially with where the process starts, right? When I have to put a number on a car, what does that look like, right? We look at all these values and analytics and market values on what number we want to put on the car. And a lot of times we don't think about the reconditioning. Most dealers do. And most of it's what we can see, right? Is it tires? Is it paint? Is it interior, right? Is it a new windshield? Those things are visible. But cost to sell adjustments, which is something that's very, I would say a negative word in the dealership today because it's an adjustment towards the profit, is something that is unseen, and not being able to make that decision or guess or not know is eating the profits up. And pre-COVID or during COVID, the profits seemed to be super high because the value was high. And now that we're getting into a space where we're having to be competitive again in what we put on a car, knowing what that information is, like Dennis is talking about, a catalytic converter for a vehicle could cost upwards to $1,200, parts and labor. And not knowing that information and putting a number on a car and then having to put a catalytic converter on it in the reconditioning process just ate $1,200 of profit up on that vehicle. And so having that data and be able to making that decision beforehand, it's powerful.
Just a follow up for both of you. ADAS technology in the last 7, 8, 9 years has really come on strong. How important is that in this process as well? And being aware, you're alluding to some of the things already, I hear.
So
yeah, go ahead, Dennis.
No,
so I think that technology has to drive behavior, and I think a lot of times dealers look at technology not necessarily is there ROI, because I think most technology out there brings an ROI. It's what level of lift, right? How much transformation or change is going to happen in my dealership from day to day, right? In reality, can I get my people to use it, right? That's what they're thinking.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And for something like this, it's very simple. And so I think when you look at technology and you look at an ROI versus the level of effort that it takes, it's as easy as plugging something in and letting the data make the decision for you. And so I think technology in every aspect, and Dennis and I talk about this a lot, is how can we give the biggest level of lift to a dealer that doesn't necessarily completely change the dealership upside down? Because the reality is it's hard to find people, right? We look at a tech shortage. We look at salespeople, shortages and how long it takes to train and educate people. And ultimately you have to feel like you give technology that brings the most value without very little disruption.
Let me add a point there if I can. In a dealership, there's a lot of drive to just get a deal on the board. So when there's a customer buying a new or a newer car, they've got a trade to bring in. There's a lot of momentum to just get a number. Okay, let's get this thing on so we get the deal on the board. And that there are mistakes. I mean, that's not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is to have a pretty good look. And if you can do that in 20 seconds, if you can eliminate the fact that there are no O2 sensors that need to be replaced or catalytic converters, if you can do that by plugging this thing in, and there's another point, and saying to the customer, by the way, is it okay if we plug this in your car? It only takes 20 seconds. And then we'll give you a copy of it. So you'll see exactly what's going on. It takes all the uncertainty, kind of the air out. So it's a sales tool. So I'm saying, I think that for a GM and for a used car manager, this makes their life a lot easier because they want less uncertainty and more predictability. So this does that. We've done a good job on the reconditioning side. This adds another big dimension to the predictability.
Dennis, Rapid Recon has reconditioned with dealers' help millions of cars. And I don't know if there's another company who can say that they've done what you are doing. You are the leader, okay? Everyone's just following on your coattails. I see it and I feel it out here in the market. Talk to us about how some of these things help, on the line that you were just talking about, reducing or eliminating, I'll call it friction, okay? Because we hear about a frictionless process, making it easy. Taking the bottlenecks out. How does that take place for the dealership? And then going back to my earlier point, how does that ease the burden for the general manager? Maybe Dennis first and then Josh.
Yeah, well, Josh said it. It's the data, right? And so you have more information, you have more transparency in everything. I mean, beyond what you can see, but also there's a step here that's really important. Because people in the dealership are perpetually overburdened, running around trying to catch up with things, but they're very physical, okay? So all of a sudden you've got this little plug-in that it's in your pocket or around your neck or something. It's really nothing. And it just takes 20 seconds and it can be used as a sales tool as well to make the customer comfortable. And all of a sudden, things are going to be a lot easier because you're going to have more of the data, more of that information coming into it. So, I mean, nothing's worse than a situation where, there were some sensors that weren't right. There were some trouble codes, and it's a surprise because the deal got put on the board, but they didn't take a good look at what was going on inside through the ODB information. And then afterwards, they're trying to negotiate with service. Well, can you do this less expensively for me because I didn't really catch it? And so it's kind of a waste of money and time for everybody. And so I think this is going to really eliminate a lot of those things. So if I'm a GM and we say, okay, if you take this plug-in device and get the people together that need to use it and say, I want you to plug this in. It takes 20 seconds and it's part of your job now because it protects us. It protects us and the customer, because the thing that doesn't protect us is when there's this, oh, we didn't know, or somebody was trying to mess around. So that's my 2 cents. I think this is a huge change for us.
Big one. Yeah, I like it. In
Josh,
fact, go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, you look at, you said 11 million vehicles, right? That's a lot. And when you can start to look at trends, right? Like taking the data, and I'll give you an example, Ted. If I have a vehicle that is a certain year model, a 2015 Ford Explorer with X amount of miles, with the amount of data that we have and this technology with the device, I can now tell you on average, this is what this vehicle is going to cost to recondition, right? Also, these are the things that you probably need to be looking for during the appraisal process, right? So again, taking the data that we have, because we have touched so many dealerships and so many vehicles, making decisions not based on guessing or speed, right? Because we just want to buy the vehicle and put a number on it. We can now take technology and data and tie it together based on the current, technology that we have with Rapid Recon to be able to make that decision. And to me, arming a GM and a used car director with that information, there's nothing else out there that can do it, because nobody has the tools that we have that can do it in the way that we can do it. And that's powerful. There's nobody else that can do that. And to me, it makes you want to go back into retail and use some of these things, right? I mean, that's, we didn't have things like that, right? So it's good.
It's great. Dennis, you explained this process. You have a new book, Aspire to Predictability. First of all, I don't know how you have the time to write all these books, but you got a lot of accolades out there from our audience who constantly tell me they've just read your book, and it's not the recent one. It's like the last one or the one before that. I understand the book is out at NADA. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think it brings together, as the previous ones have done, a lot of the experience that we've seen. So it's really more stories and examples of real customers and what they've done to improve their processes and kind of smooth these things out. And I think, though, this one is probably more about predictability. So once you get things dialed in, okay, and including the appraisal process, and I'm the GM or I'm the executive over a bunch of stores, and I know when things change, and they're going to change. We just don't know what's going to happen next. That I can go with the flow. I can kind of know. I can predict what's going to happen when prices change on things. Wholesale prices go up and down. Demand changes. We've got electric vehicles coming in. People are trying to decide which way they want to go. All these things. But it's all gets back to what the trade process, because that's where the money is. I understand today, you probably know this better than anybody, that the dealers are making money on parts, service, and used cars. Okay. And they're still selling new cars to get good used cars. And so the reconditioning becomes kind of the trigger, to kind of make sure you're on the right track for being right side up on your deal.
Josh, anything you want to add before we close out and talk a little bit about what's coming up at NADA and beyond?
No, I think that I just want to hit home that, technology is supposed to make your job easier and more efficient. And, as you start to look at things with an NADA or digital dealer to come up, I urge every dealer in America to think about the lift, right? Am I going to get the ROI that makes the most sense versus the transformation that we're going to have? And I think that's what's most important for dealers today.
something no more important than the reconditioning process, everybody, at your dealerships. Dennis McGinn, Josh DeYoung. Dennis, so you're going to, you, the team and yourself are going to be out at NADA. I see down below in the ticker, I see there's a booth number, NADA booth number 3363W. Are you going to have the book there as well, Aspire?
Yeah, that'll be the introduction of the book. So they'll first be available there. And as we've done in the past, we're going to be handing those out. And you're right. I don't have time to write these books. So I get a lot of help. And there, I have this secret sauce. It's called Jim Lehman, and he's part of the team. And he makes all this stuff happen. So I don't want it to look like, you know, I get to wear the tie. That's about it. But yeah, we'll be there doing our thing, except it's going to be a much bigger show for us this way. We got a big booth between General Motors and Reynolds, so it's going to be hard to miss us. And we've got a lot of really great things to show, and we just talked about a bunch of them. So I really appreciate the opportunity to do that. And Josh and I will be there. We'll be talking to everybody. We'll be doing our thing. We love it. This is where it all comes together for me. I get to see all the people that I don't get a chance to talk to during the year.
Everybody, Rapid Recon, the leader in our industry, Dennis McGinn, Josh DeYoung. They'll be at NADA at the end of this week. You want to catch them there. If you're not going to NADA, or even if you are, rapidrecon.com, great resource. Learn more about the tools that they've got. I can tell you that so many of the Fixed Ops Roundtable dealers use Rapid Recon and swear by it. Okay, so I can tell you that's a big part of what we see throughout the year as well here. So the leaders in the industry, everybody, Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Really appreciate being able to spend some time with you and all your support that you get, and all the things you do for the fixed ops industry, which is, you know, a very, very, very important role. So my hat's off to you. You've done a lot to make this industry come together.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Everybody wants to be part of a bigger story. And to see something like this in such a big industry is a big accomplishment.
When I heard about Rapid Recon, I was like, man, that's ahead of its time.
Rapid Recon is the one software that unifies all the departments. You're going to go from chaos to organization.
The whole idea is to take 15 days average to get these cars ready to sell and take it down to 3 to 5.
It's live. You can log into Rapid Recon and see exactly where you are.
We're processing 2,500 cars a month. You need technology to make it more profitable.
And we know the pains that dealers are going through because we've lived it.
We get so much praise for our customer service, and it's because we genuinely care.
If you want to be as efficient as you possibly can, you absolutely should have Rapid Recon as your system.
We're changing this industry in a way that it's needed to change for a long time.
We are bouncing off the walls for our next speaker. Here to tell us about Hyper BI is Loren Peterson from BG Products.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'd like to introduce the conference to Loren Peterson, who's the sales director for Western US and Canada. He's with BG Products. Loren, first time on the roundtable. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me, Ted.
For those of you watching, you'll know that BG Products is all over the event. We're going to talk today about a new reporting suite that's been designed for fixed operations. Loren's very much involved with it, called Hyper BI Business Intelligence, which recently went live. And Loren, congratulations. Great success. You've been with BG for quite a long time, and you've worked on a lot of projects, brought a lot of products to fruition that we have seen here on the roundtable with some of your counterparts, Rob and Zach. And Loren, congratulations on all the success you and BG are having.
Thanks, Ted. Yeah, it's been a fun project for about the last 15 years, working on things that dealers need out there. BG as a company is committed to bringing solutions to market for our dealers that helps them succeed, and it's been a fun thing to be a part of that. And we've got a great team of people working on all these things to bring these things to market. So it's a team effort.
Well, let me start with the basics. Let's go to the beginning. Tell us what is Hyper BI business intelligence? What is it exactly?
Yeah, so within Smart VMA, we've always had reporting capability that was part of the software at the local level, if you will, store by store. But we've always wanted to work on a better set of tools for fixed ops reporting. We noticed in the market there's really a lack of a good set of tools for dealers to use to identify areas in their business that they can improve. There's a lot of data inside the DMS, and getting at it is not always easy, depending on the DMS system that you're on. A lot of them have some sort of reporting capability within the DMS, but really a lot of them are very difficult to use, take a lot of training. It's just hard to get at those numbers. So our goal with Hyper BI really was to just leverage the data that we have as part of our integration effort with dealers for other programs with Smart VMA, and leverage that and make it easy for somebody in a fixed ops role to create reports, customize those reports, and deliver those reports in an automated way. So really, it was just sort of identifying that it was a task right now within the industry that was difficult, and we saw a path to sort of make that much simpler. So that's really kind of the main goal. And then as we work with a lot of dealers, we certainly work with dealers all over, single point dealers up through the largest dealer groups that there are. And one of the challenges for dealer groups, which we work with a lot, is providing that information in an enterprise view. So you might be able to run reports at an individual store level, but can you look at it by market, by state, by brand, across a large platform? So that was another thing that we wanted to make part of Hyper BI, was the ability to run reports if you've got stores, 20 stores across multiple states, and you want to deliver those reports. That's another part of it too.
So Loren, Hyper BI, I was going to ask you who it's for. It's largely then for the retail dealership, for the key employees in fixed operations and throughout the store.
Yeah, it's for service managers, parts managers, general managers, owners, service advisors. We deliver reports to a lot of service advisors, performance reporting. So really, anybody within the dealership, if there's a key data point within the DMS data that's relevant, we can deliver that information to that user.
You've had tremendous growth at BG, and I know it seems like yesterday, but it's been a little while now. I've noticed the tagline, your partner beyond products, and so much that BG does. What else can Hyper BI do? How else does it benefit the dealership and the dealership people?
Yeah, I kind of touched on it a moment ago, but one of the things with reporting too is you can run reports, but delivering those in an automated way and having more tools so that that information, you don't have to go in and run the report. A lot of times it's the time involved in going through. I see, as I've been working with dealers in my career, particularly service managers, parts managers, having to spend a lot of their time that could be productively used elsewhere, running reports, compiling information. So Hyper BI's ability to be set up and then deliver that information in an automated fashion to the user. So you've got a commission report that you want to run for service advisors who are selling certain things on the drive. Okay. Having that information just come into your inbox on the first of the month for the prior month is really a key part of this as well. So I think that coupling the ease of use, the customization, and then the delivery automation of that information is really, I think, what makes it special. Is you can kind of set it and forget it, and then your reports just come in every month or every day or however often you want to see them.
The data is so important, but you're right. There's so few tools that make it understandable and easy and display that. Loren, what's the timing on this? When is it available for dealers, Hyper BI?
Yeah, it's available now. We launched it last year. We've got about 1,500 dealers, customers around the country that are using it today. So we've ramped up pretty quickly. One of the benefits BG's network and partner beyond product is we've got a lot of reach there, so we were able to scale up quickly. So it's already being used by a lot of people around the country.
Is the learning curve difficult, in getting acclimated and to begin implementing it? How's that done?
No, that was actually my number one priority with it, was to make it simple. Like I said, there are a couple of other reporting suites that are fairly common that have been out there for 15, 20 years. And, as I looked at some of the other things that are on the market, most of them were fairly cumbersome. So it's very easy to learn how to use. If you get with your local BG rep and ask them for a demo, they'll show you how it works. And I think most people who are in this industry and familiar with the type of data that we're talking about here will understand pretty quickly that it's within minutes you can be up and running custom reports and scheduling those in a way that really wasn't possible before this.
One of the things unique to BG is your reach with your feet on the ground, your presence in local markets, and you do that with your amazing distributor network. I've had a chance to meet a lot of your distributors over the years, especially in the last year with all the pop-up events that we've done with BG in different markets around the country. So your distributors and their people really are the difference, or one of the main differences that BG can deliver. How do I get access to the tools? Do I contact my distributor? What do I do at the dealer level in order to get involved?
Yeah, talk to your your local BG rep. And Ted, you're absolutely right. That's the thing when I started working with BG myself, that I think it's absolutely BG's biggest strength is the ability to be in all these markets. The reach that we've got, the number of reps that are out there in the market is our number one strength. That team, the size of the team, and the ability to be in these dealers, on a weekly basis or more often in some cases. But yeah, just contact your local BG rep and they'll get you set up.
Can I ask you as a follow-up, maybe to drill down a little bit, what type of data is available, for example, for a service advisor or a service manager in this new Hyper BI reporting suite from BG?
Yeah, good question. So any of the data essentially that's in your DMS, so information based on labor operations that you're performing, and another area we've gotten into, I think, deeper than most is on the parts side. So if it's a labor op that's been sold, a part that's been sold on a DMS invoice, and all the associated data points that are kind of related around that, those are things that we can report on. And we made it very customizable to group the information. You can group it by service advisor. You can group it by make, model. Really a lot of customization there. So very flexible. Looking at things like hours, dollars sold, things like effective labor rate, kind of the standard metrics that we use in the industry. But we've got a library of fields and groups and custom filters that really makes it a lot of fun to look at the data. So if you want to look and see, which parts are moving to, particular segments of your customer base or particular vehicles, you can really sort of slice and dice that data however you want using Hyper BI. So and a lot of that's just a function of the tool sets that are available to us on the software development side now. A lot's changed in the last 10, 15 years. There's some amazing tools that we have access to on the software development side that makes working with large sets of data a lot of fun. And so yeah, as a dealer, you don't have to be a programmer to sit down and be able to run powerful queries and customize data. You can use a simple user interface on the web. These are things that were, at the beginning 15, 20 years ago, were sort of a dream, but now with some of the technology available, it just makes it a lot of fun to analyze your own data and really get useful information. That's really the point. I mean, you can kind of get overloaded with reporting, but understanding where your business is moving, where a certain employee is falling off in their performance in a certain area, and having that information quickly and easily allows you to make better decisions in your business. And that's really why we did it, so that you're not flying blind. You can see and understand exactly where your business is going with the data. So.
Loren, you've got a rich history with BG. Probably not a week goes by that somebody doesn't contact me and asks me about BG's Smart VMA, and it's almost become the gold standard in the industry. And I know that's a product that you helped bring to market. And of course, have been others as well. But along the way, when you help bring Smart VMA to the market, and now I can't imagine how many dealerships are using that today. Did you have any idea that there would be a product such as Hyper BI that would follow that the way this one has?
Yeah, that's Smart VMA. When we started that, I guess going back to 2008, 2009, we had a set of goals. Our goal at that time was process management tools for dealers. BG offered a lot of training for dealers, but we wanted to have a set of tools that help dealers do their job and leave behind a consistent process in place. So it was really process management software in the early days. But as we grew that business, and that's been a tremendously rewarding thing for me personally as a project, just in my career, but for BG and our distributors and the dealer customers that we have, it's been extremely beneficial. So it's been great to see, where that's gone. It's been a special project. But after that, sort of like what do we do next with the customers that we have, and a lot of that's driven from customer requests. So people, just when we're out there working with dealers, they'll say, hey, we're having a problem in this area, so we can identify new things that we can do. And so yeah, Hyper BI, and I think you'll talk to Rob and Zach about our warranty analysis, which is another project I worked on a couple years ago that's out there, is another thing that really leverages a lot of the work that we did in the early days with Smart VMA, the data, the DMS connections that we have. And so, what else can you do with that information? And I think we found a couple things here that are, we're seeing are very beneficial to dealers that leverage some of that earlier work that we did. So it's been fun to find additional things to do with that information.
Loren, finally, it sounds like Hyper BI fits pretty well within BG's overall toolkit, if you will, for its customers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, it's a natural. It's kind of the next step naturally for where we needed to go. The feedback so far has been tremendous. Some people that really were having a challenge getting at some of the data that we're able to provide now in an automated way. One example I had recently, a dealer, one of our good dealer groups that's got about 10 stores, they had somebody in their office that was spending hours and hours weekly compiling performance information across service advisors across all these dealerships.
Sure.
And we've automated that down into they're not spending any time. It's just automatically coming out of the system now. So they have that person now who can do, other tasks. And that's the rewarding part of this. It's like just, sort of making them more efficient, but still giving them the information that they need. So I think it was a natural for us to get into this at some point. And I'm glad we have the tool. One of the other things I'll mention too, Ted, is we've got a long list of enhancements. We sort of have, what we've rolled out so far, but, we already have a pretty extensive list of enhancements to this. So this will be something that will continue to evolve over the coming years, and we'll just continue to make better and better and add more tools to it. So that's the fun part for me on the development side, is that it's not done, one and done. You can continue to add cool new things to it, which we're excited. The development team and the product development side, really gets excited about that kind of stuff, is adding new things to it. So.
And by the way, not unusual what you just said for a group, small or large, to have a person or persons in charge with compiling all of this business intelligence. Now, Hyper BI from BG Products makes all that available. I got to ask you this in closing, Loren. How big was the development? You could be honest with me. How big was the development team when you got started, and what is it today?
Originally it was just really one and a half people, two shortly after we started, but 1 to 2 people initially when we started Smart VMA, and we've got a couple dozen now, so it's grown quite a bit.
All right, Loren Peterson, thank you so much. Everybody, for more information on Hyper BI Business Intelligence from BG Products. It's a new reporting suite designed specifically for fixed ops for dealers. It's live now. You can contact your BG distributor for more information. Also, you can go to bgprod.com. You know, the good people at BG are all over the Fixed Ops Roundtable. They're also going to be at the end of the week in Las Vegas at the NADA show. You can visit with BG there, or again, reach out to your local distributor. Loren Peterson, very grateful to have the person behind the scenes who's been making all this happen and come to fruition to get to meet you today on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And again, congratulations to you on the new business reporting suite.
Thanks, Ted. Yeah, no, it's definitely a team effort. We've got a great team of people that does all this, and appreciate your time. And yeah, I will be at NADA. So if any of you on here want to stop by and say hi, I'll be at the show every day in the BG booth. Look forward to meeting some new people out there.
All right, everybody. Loren Peterson from BG Products here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The Clean Air Car Care campaign is BG's green initiative designed to promote the BG Platinum Fuel System service, which has been proven to reduce harmful emissions. Additional services featured in the campaign include the BG Platinum 44K service, which restores fuel economy, and the BG Climate Control service that will refresh the air inside your customers' vehicles. Advisors can match the service with the customer's biggest concern. Is it performance and fuel economy? Is it the environment and emissions? Or is it the air quality inside their vehicle? The services offered with the Clean Air Car Care campaign will provide your customers with clean air both inside and outside of their vehicles. Talk to your BG distributor about how to sell more services with BG Clean Air Car Care.
Unlock a golden opportunity in online parts with the Revolution Parts Panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's time for the team from Revolution Parts. Parts is hot all over the roundtable. Mike Rich is with us, Vice President at Revolution Parts. Michael King is also with us. So we have the West and the East with us. What a perfect combination. Mike, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, thanks for having us, Ted.
Mike, I got to tell you, Mike Rich, the future of our business, the future of parts, Revolution Parts is directly in the middle of that. You're the future of parts commerce. And congratulations to you, Mike. I also see that you're speaking this week at the NADA out in Las Vegas. Similar topic, or can you give away some secrets here today?
Yeah, very similar topic. Actually talking about the future of parts commerce at NADA this week. We'll go a little bit deeper at the conference. I think we're talking for an hour and really just looking at how digital tooling like Revolution Parts is transforming how dealerships transact, both from a B2B and a B2C perspective. So it's really exciting topic. Hope to see a lot of dealers, a lot of parts managers, a lot of GMs out there to really, educate them on how to make that digital transformation in their dealership.
Digital transformation is right. Michael King, do you ever thought when you were back in retail that parts would be at the top of the conversation here today in 2024?
Absolutely. When the journey began, that was the focus, was expanding the marketplace outside of your geographic area, and making access to parts just that much easier for the masses, rather than the old-fashioned way of walking into the store and having to get it firsthand. So I was always convinced that e-commerce parts was going to be big, and it's just continuing to grow every year. I mean, we're just scratching the surface right now.
Well, gentlemen, it would seem that in today's competitive market, it would seem obvious that you'd be selling parts online as a dealership. And yet not everybody is, but we've got a great education from Revolution Parts these last few years. Mike Rich, why do you think parts departments are still not doing this?
Great question, Ted. So it is Knights of the Fixed Roundtable, right? So what I really think is, like, people think online parts is like this scary dragon, right? And they're afraid of like getting into parts e-commerce because it's the unknown, or it's this big scary feat that they don't know how to tackle, right? But really, at the end of the day, parts e-commerce is not scary. It's very easy to conquer. And companies like Revolution Parts, give you the sword that you need to go into battle and easily conquer that dragon. And you don't have to start with the biggest dragon going into parts e-commerce. You can start with a little Puff the Magic Dragon and go from there and scale up as you need. But it's just fear, I think, really of the unknown, and fear of doing something different, and learning how to, get outside of your comfort zone and just tackle it. That's really the thing I see when I talk to parts managers. I mean, I talk to, I don't know how many of them every month about getting into e-commerce. And the number one thing I hear is really just kind of that fear of the unknown and that hesitancy into trying something new.
So in a way, Mike Rich, Revolution Parts, you're there to help guide the dealership through this. You've seen what all the potential pitfalls could be, and you remove all those unknowns and help walk them through it.
Exactly. We are there to act as their guide, through this journey, and to assist them along the way and give them, everything they need to be successful. And we're constantly evolving the platform to remove as much friction as possible and make selling parts online as easy as possible for dealerships. It's almost got to the point that, they just need to be able to pick a part off a shelf, drop it in a box, and throw it in the mail. We have integrated label solutions and rates and fraud detection and shipping insurance and delivery options and payment options on the website. I mean, the solution is so baked out right now that it really makes it easy for a dealer to come in, stand up an online parts business, and find success pretty quickly.
You specialize in parts e-commerce. I'm going to come back to that in just a few minutes, and I want to ask you some more about Revolution Parts. But first, Mike King, you've been on the retail side as a parts manager and have built a successful online business in parts. So I want to come to you for some of your experience. What would you say, Mike King, has been the biggest lesson, or one of the biggest lessons you learned in doing that?
I think the biggest lesson that I've learned in my journey from day one till today is that you don't need to be this big behemoth parts operation with, tons of stock and a huge amount of floor space and tons of people. That's just not the case. You can get into this e-commerce space with a parts from the size of a regular 2-car garage, 2 people, no inventory to speak of, and still be on that same level playing field as the big guns. Because like Mike said, the Revolution platform has been refined to the point where It's like walking into a service bay and going to the lead tech. He's got a toolbox that's 22 feet long, and he's got every tool imaginable in that toolbox. The Revolution platform is exactly that. It is everything you need to bring the customers from outside into your store, service them, supply them with the parts they need with, basically no upfront costs, just the desire to get into this space and start taking your share of the sales.
Michael King, does it matter? Small, medium, large dealers? How about dealer groups?
Dealer groups, actually, the dealer groups probably, in my mind, have a little bit of an advantage, because now you can take all those brands, put them on one store, because think about it, not every household has just one brand of car in the driveway. I mean, my household has two. So to bring all of that to one place and then to route those orders to the individual rooftops and let those people handle the shipping, it's a great way for an auto group to dive into the space again with very little upfront investment, and the tool is there to use. I mean, there's nothing that the Revolution platform can't do on the e-commerce space.
Mike Rich, do you want to speak to that? Small, medium, large dealers getting on the platform?
Yeah, no, it's a really good call out by Mike. I think about it, like, it's actually one of the things I talk about in the NADA topic we're doing this week is looking at other companies across industry. And I'll just give one example. Like Uber is the largest taxi company in the world, basically, right? And they don't have a single car. They don't have a fleet. So think about that. Like when you're building an online parts business, you can build an online parts business. And Mike King did this actually many years ago. He's a pioneer really when it comes to online parts, and not have a single item on your shelf. Can you imagine that? Like having an online parts business and doing millions of dollars in part sales and not having to stock a single item. We see a lot of this too in the aftermarket space with like drop shippers and, WD warehouse distributors, where you can get access to their inventory and they'll just drop ship those parts for you. With the dealership, you have access to all that PDC data and PDC inventory, and you can leverage that PDC inventory to sell well beyond what you can carry on your shelf. And why carry it on your shelf and why invest your money in those parts when you know what's there and you can just easily order that and then ship it to the customer? So it's really, it's a very low investment business at the end of the day if you do it right, and you can scale it however you want to scale it. Like if you want to start slowly, you can start slowly and you can grow up. If you want to come in hard, you can come in hard and invest really deeply and build a business fast. And we've seen dealers really do it both ways. But I really, love what Mike said, about how it is minimal investment and how you can really, optimize that and grow.
Mike King, let me ask you, what advice would you give someone who's decided, okay, it's 2024, we're coming into the second month of the year. I want to start selling parts online, or is just getting started. What advice would you give them, Mike King?
Well, first and foremost, make sure that they reach out to Revolution Parts so that they end up with the platform that works properly. Just getting into the space, I am a firm believer in a crawl, walk, run approach. Perfect your craft, learn how to do it. It doesn't take long, but it does need to be taught and learned so that your customer experience is everything. Customer experience is what makes you successful in the e-commerce space. So come in, take those first couple of months, learn how to do it properly, and then turn the heat up and keep looking for those next points where it's all right, it's time to evolve. It's time to evolve. Don't wait till you break it. Watch for the pain point and say, all right, it looks like we need to perhaps get another guy in. Well, maybe you add the guy 2 months before the point where you need him so that you don't bruise that customer experience. So learning how to sell the parts, take care of the customer, watch for the growth spurts, and then react appropriately. Those are the things that I would suggest newcomers right out of the gate. And the great thing is none of it costs any money. It's just learned habits and being, paying attention to it.
Mike Rich, it would seem to me that a dealership could go it alone, okay, which I'm sure some do, but really to bring on a platform like a rich, robust platform like Revolution Parts. And Mike Rich, all the things you've talked to us about recently, the shipping advantages, all the things that you've uncovered and figured all this out. There's really no reason to go it alone, Mike Rich, for a dealer.
No, there is no reason to go it alone. It's a difficult space if you try to figure it out and build it yourself. And it's constantly evolving too. Like one kind of proof point of this is like mobile, right? If we look back 2 years ago, like just on the Revolution Parts platform, about 40% of the traffic we saw online was from mobile. Last year, that was up to a little over 60%. So there was a 20% growth in mobile traffic over 2 years. If you build your own thing out, you have to constantly be watching this and making adjustments and iterations. It's nothing where you just build it and you forget it. You have to constantly evolve. So that's something Revolution Parts does as a platform when you partner with us, is we are constantly evolving our platform to make sure, we're at the forefront of e-commerce, and you, as a seller, have all the tools you need to be successful. And like I said earlier, just constantly finding ways to remove friction and finding where there could be pain in the process for you as a seller. So it makes no sense to go at it alone. It'd be really difficult just to manage listings alone. You're looking at tens of thousands, in some case, hundreds of listings, and the data is just a big hurdle. So yes, it looks like a big scary dragon if you try to do it that way. But when you have a platform like Revolution Parts, or, there's other platforms out there on your side, it makes it a lot easier.
Well, let's talk about that, because there are other platforms, maybe not specific to parts, but and I won't mention any by name, but how is Revolution Parts different in this space, especially on the dealership side?
Yeah, I don't mind mentioning names, Ted, so I'll name drop all day long. But there's tons of e-commerce platforms out there. There's the Shopify's, Magentos, WooCommerce's, BigCommerce of the world, like platforms that are really good for e-commerce. Like they were built for e-commerce, but they're built not for a specific industry. So the parts segment is a little bit unique. It's a lot different than selling bars of soap online, right? So you have very specific fitment data, and you want to make sure parts fit. You also have massive catalogs of tens to hundreds of thousands of items. You typically will have multiple locations where you might be storing those parts, multiple warehouses, or you might have bins in your DMS where you need to have different pricing rules. So Revolution Parts is purpose built for parts. Can you figure it out with another general platform? Sure, you can. It's going to be a lot of work, and it's probably not going to be as good at the end of the day. But yeah, we're just, purpose built for parts. Parts is our DNA. It's everything we do. It's what we constantly monitor. It's what we evolve in, is parts. So if you're going to do parts e-commerce, I highly recommend a platform that's specialized in parts.
All right. This will be the second year in a row that I'm aware of that you're speaking at NADA. Congratulations. I believe you're speaking on Thursday. And I see you also have a booth that's in the scroll down below. Mike Rich, what can our audience expect if they come by to see you on Thursday speak, and to come by the Revolution Parts booth at NADA?
Yeah, they can just hear more about kind of, changes in the future of parts, things we're seeing, where it's evolving, how to get into parts e-commerce, both, like I said, from a B2C and a B2B perspective. If you're interested in getting in parts and you want to come by the booth, we're going to have a whole team there. I'll be there. Mike King will be there too. And we can show you the platform. We can demonstrate how everything works. Our marketing team has a whole bunch of crazy specials going on. If you want to get a deal, like if you're waiting to get a deal to get into parts commerce, NADA is the best time to come and get a deal. Also, if you want to get into parts commerce, I would say February, is a really good time to get started because tax season's coming up really quickly. The busiest time of the year outside of the Cyber Week for part sales is kind of that tax period, February, March, April, like in those months. So it's a good time to get started and start to get some of that volume as people get their refund checks back and they want to repair their cars.
Well, Mike Rich, thank you so much. And Michael King, fascinating info, and you come from the retail side, so a lot of accolades for you and your work there and what you've done on online parts, Michael King. And Michael King, it's going to get bigger and bigger.
It is. It's going to just continue to grow.
All right. Everybody, Revolution Parts, Mike Rich, Michael King will be at NADA later this week. Mike Rich is speaking on Thursday. You can stop by the NADA booth number 1464W. And if you're not going to NADA, because not everybody does, what's the best way, Mike Rich? revolutionparts.com to find out more?
Yeah, just go to revolutionparts.com. There's a phone number on the site. There's forms on the site. You can email me if you want, mrich@revolutionparts.com, if you can remember that. But yeah, website's probably the easiest way to get a hold of us, or connect with us on LinkedIn, however you like to browse the internet.
All right, everybody. Get in the game. Get in the game now. Great time to do it. It's early in the year, and want to thank both Michael King and Mike Rich from Revolution Parts here today with us at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Hear ye. Please welcome our next speaker, Mark Haeck with GMS Glass Management Software. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'd like to introduce the roundtable to Mark Haeck, who's the Vice President of Business Development for GMS, Glass Management Software for Dealerships, powered by Main Street. They are the leaders in auto glass technology for over 40 years. I know Mark. I fondly remember the first time I saw him break out on the cover of Fixed Ops magazine. Mark, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Mark, first of all, you're in a very exciting place right now for retail automotive with the focus on fixed operations, doing things in-house to help with customer satisfaction. So I kind of gotta ask you some basic questions to start off, if you don't mind.
Go for it, Ted.
Mark, if you don't mind, tell us what is GMS? What is Glass Management Software for Dealerships?
GMS is a business management. It's a point of sale, but it's a complete software system that will enable the dealership to look up a vehicle, find the right glass for it, whether they want aftermarket or OE parts, any brand. So a dealership not only can get the information for their brand, but other brands they might be servicing. It enables them to bill an insurance company, order glass, and do the complete process of invoicing. We are a division of Main Street Computers, so we've been doing this now for 40 years, and GMS is our focus on dealerships. Just something that we believe in, we've been working at for some time now, and we're seeing some great results.
I would imagine that a lot of the folks watching today, the fixed ops directors, general managers, reconditioning, used car managers, I would imagine some of this work gets done where they ship it off site. What is the number one reason, would you say, that a dealership should handle the auto glass services in-house?
There's a great opportunity today for fixed ops to increase revenue. There are more things tied to that windshield anymore than just the glass. Okay. So you have ADAS calibrations for starters. Scanning a vehicle might pop up other things that need to be done. So it can all start with a simple glass replacement and generate other lines of revenue.
You know, I think of how the auto industry, the retail dealership industry has lost a lot of business to the aftermarket, to the tire companies, you know, and they allowed the customers to go elsewhere to get those tires done. And once they did, the customer also got their brakes done. They got their alignments done elsewhere. And the dealers lost out on that opportunity. Now, what are some of the potential challenges associated with starting an in-house auto glass service at the dealership?
I tell you, a big one is obviously going to be get the right techs, getting them trained, which we can assist with that, getting directed to some places where they can get the training. Sometimes I've been given a tip by some dealerships that have done it. Go out and hire somebody who's been in the business, who's been installing, get an experienced technician that does it. But beyond that, you know, they've got to dedicate a workspace, one of their service bays to it. They need to, I think, get the word out, of course, to various points. They have due diligence. You know, what are our costs involved here? What are the tools? What do we need? So it's finding that cross spectrum of everything involved, of course, in the industry and then getting connected. A big thing that they need to realize is they can bill insurance. And that's one of the ways we can help them is with that process. So it takes the opportunity and just notches it up several levels where it's not just the customer paying for it, but they can get involved with direct billing to insurance companies through the various networks that we're connected with.
Now, Mark, you help the dealership do all these things. That's part of what GMS does.
Yeah, we put together a resource that we can help direct them. Here's where you go. Here's the steps you've got to take. We've been at this long enough. We got friends and partners in the industry that we can help to that end.
Mark, nationwide, all 50 states?
All 50 states.
All right. Now, one of the key components these days in fixed operations that's getting a hard look is CSI. CSI scores, customer experience is the new buzzword, customer satisfaction. What's the impact of having an in-house auto glass service on the customer experience and CSI?
Yeah, that's huge. Let me step back and give you a little bit of our story of why we really needed to go for this.
Okay.
I was at a dealership. This was back 7 years ago, 2017. We'd already had dealerships on board, but I was at a dealership and I walked around their lot and I couldn't believe the number of vehicles sitting in that lot, customer vehicles, some might have been employees, but had chips in their windshield. When a car rolls into that service center and there's a chip, I think a smart dealership's going to say, hey, we can take care of that for you. Or, hey, you got a crack, you know, we can help you fix that. Well, if I'm a consumer coming through, to me, that's huge. You're pointing out something else that, you know, I know needs to be done, but you're offering to do it. It's huge. You have the opportunity of bringing them back, so to speak, and not going down the road to somebody else for their service. Because every time you do that, it's an opportunity for them to go elsewhere for everything, including buying the next vehicle.
And customer retention right now is a prime focus for dealerships.
It's huge.
Talk to us a little bit about you mentioned the ADAS. You know, that's only getting bigger. And you know, we also see that customers are coming back more and more. There's more warranty that's covered now when recalls happen and things and so on. But you know, once a vehicle, you know, sustains some damage, you know, whether it's glass or whether it's otherwise, those ADAS components have to be calibrated and done to spec. And that's a big part of what's happening in our industry now.
Exactly. I know of situations where the dealership is doing the calibration. So the, you know, even for regular glass shops, the guys out there aren't all doing calibration. So they'll send it to the dealership. Well, why not do the whole thing? And there's, again, that can be billed to insurance companies. A car comes in, it's insured, it's got coverage. You can bill that whole thing. And that, I have seen the calibration side of it more than double in some cases, the return on the job, the income that can be made from that job. Calibrations, when you look at the cost of the equipment, yeah, it's a little bit of a price tag to get started, but it doesn't take long at all to get that equipment paid off. And then from there, it's, you know, an annual update from your equipment provider, but now you've got an income stream. And for the safety of the vehicle, for the safety of your consumer, that windshield's got to be calibrated. It needs to make sure it's right.
Mark, spot on. Okay. All right. So, in your opinion, how does having an in-house auto glass service at my dealership how does that contribute to being competitive in the marketplace? Because everybody right now is looking for an edge. There's a lot of different things that are happening out there, but this would seem to be a natural for auto retail dealerships.
Right now, I think a dealership's on the front end of being the first one in. There's so many that aren't doing it yet. A lot of your competitors are not doing glass either. So you do it. You're the first one in. And even if they are doing it, you're now competing because I am doing something my competitor's doing, or I'm not doing something or I am doing something they're not doing. It's just a great opportunity to, one, get them in the door. I think you can control price better.
Mm-hmm.
You're not paying a third party. You're not splitting the cost. You're not having to add on a fee to make some money off of outsourcing it. So you're really controlling cost. You're keeping the revenue in. You're keeping them coming to you and doing something that the guy down the street doesn't do.
One of the big names on the roundtable, one of the retailers who speaks here, he's an anchor of the roundtable, is Ed Roberts at Bozard Ford Lincoln. And Ed recently said that we need to find ways to make it easy for a customer, remove the friction points. And I have often believed that for years, that when we send a vehicle out for something, you know, that does not contribute to making it easy for the customer. In the last 3 to 4 years, with the way the world changed, we've all found ways to make things easy. Okay. And outside businesses from retail automotive have found ways to make it easy, have things delivered to the customer and so on and so forth. Mark, I would believe that this is going to contribute to removing the friction points in automotive and making it easy for the customer to do business.
Absolutely. I sit on the Auto Glass Safety Council Standards Committee.
Okay.
It's a national organization. And one of the things that's huge on our discussion these days is vehicle scans. Not just calibration, but scanning that vehicle. So think about it. Your customer brings in their vehicle for a simple windshield replacement. Well, it's not simple anymore because we need to do the calibration. But we're starting to see, and we're starting to say as a committee, you need to scan the vehicle. So what great service to a customer to say, hey, by the way, we did a scan and we found this on your vehicle as well, as opposed to sending them out and saying, hey, you got to go have somebody else look at this. No. Or not do a job, which some glass guys would get into, not do a job because you're not able to, because something showed up. So customer satisfaction, customer retention, just that whole thing, I think escalates uniquely with the dealership, because you guys, if you're doing it, you can do it all.
Everybody, we're talking to Mark Haeck today. He's the Vice President, Business Development at GMS, Glass Management Software for Dealerships. Mark, in the green room before we got started today, you and I were talking about a large dealer group in the Northeast, one of the very largest, who's a customer of yours at GMS. And they're here on the roundtable as well. Mark, how do most dealerships like that find you? How do they learn about GMS? Because they're a very progressive group, by the way.
Well, I tell you what's happening. This is how that particular dealership got started. They decided to get into it. They hired a veteran technician installer guy had been managing for another company. They hired him away, and he helped them get started. And of course, in their case, because he knew of us, he brought us into the company. And it's been fun watching that particular company grow their glass business. They've started from, like the single bay scenario to where now they have outlying locations just for their glass. And that's all they do at those facilities is glass for that dealership and the general public. So that's the other side of it. It's just not your customers coming in for service on their vehicle. Now somebody who's never bought from you, and I've seen that with them. They're coming there for the glass. And if I'm doing glass, you're taking care of me. What's the odds I'm going to be looking through your car lot the next time I go to buy a car? Yeah. I think it increases exponentially.
Exponentially is right. All right. So a question our audience has to be asking if they're thinking of getting into new revenue streams this year in fixed operations, particularly on the service drive. I got to ask, Mark, once a dealership makes a commitment and says, okay, I want to get into the glass business at our dealership, where's the business going to come from? Typically, what are you seeing? How does that work for dealerships?
Several places. Obviously, your current customer base, when they come in for service. If you're set up right, the general public, and you don't want to miss marketing to them. But some other places they probably haven't thought about is local insurance agents. Get the word out to them. Get them referring their customers to your shop, to your dealership. Rental car agencies, whether it's a local or at an airport. You go to think about an airport. How many different rental car agencies at an airport?
A lot.
A lot. So there's great opportunity if you can get your foot in the door there. Fleet accounts. I've driven by, and I'm sure we've all seen different dealerships, for example, where I've seen new police cars sitting in the back of a lot that have just been ordered in. That's a fleet account. But cities, water departments, I've seen all kinds of service companies that buy fleets of vehicles. Don't just sell them the vehicle. Here's an opportunity to get tied into their complete vehicle maintenance, including glass repair. So there are opportunities out there like that they need to go after.
I'm thinking of, there are so many dealers and dealer groups here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable who are big in those medium and heavy trucks, and they've got those accounts. They've got the accounts with the UPSs, the Amazons, the FedEx, the municipalities, the fire departments, the police departments. And you're right, that is big business. Some of these dealer groups are juggernauts in fixed operations because of that. This would seem to be a natural, for those vehicles that are coming in for that kind of service.
Exactly. I think it's overlooked sometimes in that regard.
Well, everybody, if you want to get more information about getting into the glass business and doing it at your dealership without sending it out, creating a new revenue stream, Mark Haeck is the expert on doing that. That's why he's here on the Fixed Ops Roundtable with all of the other experts from retail automotive. Mark, if our audience wants to reach out and get some more information from you, and from your company on what specifically, how you can help them in their scenario, what's the best way for people to reach out?
Shoot me an email. It's GM, two of them, GMS, sales@gmsdealerships.com, or
I see that scrolling at the bottom. Yep.
That's scrolling, or mark@gmsdealerships.com. You can go to our website. There's a link there. Our company number is 800-698-6246. Again, that's 800-698-6246. And feel free to, any of those opportunities, means of getting a hold of me. You go to the website, it's coming to me. You send an email, it's coming to me. Phone call, they're going to refer it to us. So more than happy to help out.
Mark, I'm going to ask you if you would to come back on the roundtable. And next time when we meet, if maybe we can bring in some retail dealership folks and
Love
have a
to.
discussion with them about how this is benefiting and how it's working for them.
Love to. We'll look forward to it.
All right, that makes sense, everybody. Mark Haeck is the expert, glass management software for dealerships. Reach out to him. gmsdealerships.com. You see /opportunity. You see the email scrolling at the bottom. Mark, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you today, and welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable community.
Thank you. It's been great. Appreciate it, Ted.
Mark Haeck, everybody, the best in the business, glass management software, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the StarGuard dealer-branded app customer retention tool. This retention program provides connectivity between the dealership and the customers. Let's get started by showcasing the app's features. The first of which is support services. Having a contact card easily accessible to the customer provides them with a variety of options to contact the dealership directly. Also on the main page of the app is a direct link to the customer's OEM warranty information along with all products that were sold through F&I. Reviewing maintenance schedules and scheduling an appointment is also made easy by providing the customer with a direct link through the main dashboard should they need it. Another feature available to the customer is a resource called Glovey, a secure digital wallet that they can utilize to store information and images of important documents such as their driver's license, registration, or insurance card to always have readily available. And to showcase the dealership's positive impact on its community while generating additional marketing opportunities, having an integrated link dedicated to the dealership's socials such as Facebook and Instagram further encourages customer connectivity before and after the sale. And to ensure that customers are always kept apprised of ongoing sales and specials, providing them with direct links to the dealership's website through the app as well as notifications generates additional marketing transparency for the customer to take advantage of. Also, since customers often have multiple sources in which they have acquired coverages and warranties, the service advisor can quickly scan their VIN, and within moments, all applicable information will automatically populate by using the VIN scan tool, a reliable resource to negate negative CSI and eliminate confusion. Lastly, the dealer-branded app allows the customer to utilize StarGuard's GPS through the same portal. This includes features such as real-time vehicle location and travel history, geofencing, stolen vehicle recovery, and even vehicle health alerts such as battery health, speed, and mileage alerts, helpful in notifying the customer of when it's time to schedule their next service appointment. All of this and much more will be available for both customer and dealership representatives to further provide unparalleled customer service, promote long-lasting customer loyalty, and even more solidify the professionalism you stand behind.
Make a breakthrough with Brooke.ai with our next speakers, Tiffany Peeler and Skyler Chadwick.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We had a great discussion just the other day with Skyler Chadwick at Cox Automotive, Xtime, and Tiffany Peeler of Brooke.ai on the integration between Xtime and Brooke.ai. Skyler and Tiffany, thank you for coming back and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Happy to be back.
I
think Skyler and I make a great team, so.
Xtime and Brooke.ai are integrated. That's not a secret. It's been 3+ years in the works. You've got a lot of learnings from that. You're into a lot of dealers together. I just want to cover a couple things that we talked about just the other day. Skyler, maybe you first on how that integration streamlines dealership operations and improves the customer experience.
Yeah, like I said the other day, I think it's really important that dealerships truly get that time back and to their employees, but also to your BDC agents to really focus on what really matters most in the dealership, right? And I think that's important to know is that we're building the trust and consumer experience from the time that customer schedules that appointment. And so if Brooke.ai can come in, like it does with many of our dealerships here at Cox Automotive and Xtime, truly helps them truly revolutionize the way that they're taking on this whole fixed operations process and making the biggest part of their dealership, right? And I think about the bottom line, right? We think in dealerships when we think about gross profits, right? Fixed ops produce more than about 50% or more of the gross profit for a dealership. And so when you think about that, your consumers should matter most, right? When we talk about consumers' experience, it truly does resonate with dealerships and how we can truly revolutionize the way that our consumers actually buy and also service their vehicles with the dealership, and most importantly as well. So Brooke.ai is a great partners of ours. We love them. I hear from many dealerships all across the country of how it truly does enhance their time back to really focusing on what matters most. And if any customers hear this, Brooke.ai is giving that time back to these service advisors and also these fixed ops directors and service managers to really focus on you as a consumer and really making sure that you're taken care of for sure.
Tiffany, congratulations to Brooke.ai. Great work in the field. You're light years ahead of everybody else, especially with this integration. Talk to us about that savings of time. And then another thing that's, I know, close to Skyler's heart is that consumer trust.
Yeah. So can we pull up the sheet now that we've shared with you? Because I think this goes back to the time conversation. That's the point of creating this kind of technology. It's not really with the goal of replacing people. The thought process is really about taking the routine tasks off of their plate so that they can focus on the more important tasks, right? We want to free up the BDC agents to be available for people who want or need to speak to them. If anyone doesn't want to talk to Brooke or needs to talk to somebody, they just say transfer and we will immediately transfer wherever that destination is, with whether it's our outsourced BDC, an internal BDC, or even directly to the advisors. That's not a problem. You know, our application is able to transfer those seamlessly and immediately. And I've heard that that's a little bit difficult for some of the other solutions that exist in the space, but that's our goal, is to handle these routine type inbound calls so that our people can focus on the more important type of activities, whether it's the inbound or making those, you know, outbound calls that they need to make, whether it's CSI, that's something that needs to improve, whether they need to work on decline service or retention potentially. Being a BDC consulting and training company, we know the outbound is a really big, important part to contribute to the retention of your customer, and especially CSI if you're struggling with that. So we really want our agents to be able to give the time that is necessary to doing those outbound campaigns. What we're showing here is an example that I'm excited to share. We put these reports together for any of our partners, specifically our Xtime partners, because one of the things that makes our integration with Xtime special compared to some of the other ones is that within Xtime, our dealers, our service managers, our BDC managers are able to go within Xtime and sort by voice appointments, or they can pull channel reports and show how many appointments were set and shown by technology, just like they could by the Brooke technology, just like they can do with web or call center or anything that's coming from the DMS. And so we pull these reports for our customers, every customer, and we do them every 30 days. So we can compare how is this technology impacting the overall operation, right? In number of appointments, number of ROs closed, dollars per, are we up year over year? And so this is a group of ours, and we have showing that this works regardless of brand, right? There's a number of different brands listed here. What you're seeing is the results November of 2023 versus November of 2022. Okay. So what you can see here is that the appointment volume across all of these stores remained the same. So by using Brooke.ai to handle 50% of the inbound calls that were coming into these dealerships, appointment volume stayed the same compared to what they were using previously. Some stores with BDCs, some with an outsourced call center. That just means that everything is doing what it was doing the last year, right? Now with technology, which is what we want.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What's interesting here and what we have found across almost all of our Xtime stores is ROs are up year over year. So while the appointment volume stays about the same, the ROs are going up. Okay, so now we're freeing up the time, to Skyler's point. Half of the calls are being booked by Brooke. Half of those calls are eliminated from the people having to make them. Results are staying the same with appointment volume remaining consistent, but ROs are increasing, meaning show rate is higher, right? So more of the appointments that are being booked are coming in at a higher rate. This group has this number of stores on board. They have a large number of their stores not yet on board. We're still kind of in rollout mode. But I can share that for this group of stores, they're up about 6% in ROs closed in the month of November compared to the previous year. But for the control group, the stores not on Brooke, they were flat, right? Meaning more calls are being captured, more of those appointments that are being set are showing up. And then the other thing I wanted to point out here was percentage of Brooke appointments, percentage of the total appointments set by Brooke, and then also web appointments as a percentage of the total appointment. I like to combine web and Brooke appointments because those are appointments being set without people. So before Brooke, they were about 20% of the overall appointments being set on the web, no human. But now it's 40%. So think about how much time Brooke and the web are now handling 40% of the overall appointments. Think about how much time that's freed up for this group of stores to allow their valuable team members, BDC staff, to focus on other more important activities or outbound activities, right? That's exactly what we want to see. So this is a really great example to show how we impact time saved, but also how we can impact results overall.
I want to come back to Skyler and talk a little bit, if I could, about the big picture, because Cox Automotive is working on a number of things. There's a bigger, broader vision, and there are going to be potentially some future developments that I know you folks are working on. Can you speak to any of that, Skyler? Because I think if a dealer does not embrace this type of thing early and now, and I think they're going to get really far behind with what's coming.
Technology can either leave you behind, right? You can either jump on board or you can be left behind, right? That's an interesting factor there. And I think technology as a partnership, when I think about it, is innovation. We need innovation inside of fix ops. Like I said before, right? 50% of the gross profit in a dealership really truly comes from fix ops. And so where's my investment dollars going to be able to bring those customers back? That number is astonishing to me. 40% between web and phone calls is truly that's a big number, right? When I talk to some dealerships, you think about their web appointments. If dealerships are listening to us, go look at your web appointments. I bet you it's probably in the maybe 18 to 22% right range, depending on your specific OEM. How do we get that extra 40%? And the other thing that you have to think about, I want to talk about, is the show rate. That is huge. Show rate is right. If my customers schedule an appointment, but they don't show up, to me, that's really nothing, right? And I think that's another factor when we talk about our partnership is we're really making an impact to the consumer experience, but is really bringing the impact to the dealership and really protecting the dealership as we start to look at margins and gross and things like that this next year. And how do we really protect those margin and gross at the end of the day to really make sure that our dealerships are running and can enjoy these types of tools and invest into technologies. Innovation is one of my biggest things. And when we look at partnerships, we look at how is a company going to help us not only innovate, but are they going to innovate? And I think that the innovation between Cox Automotive and Xtime and also Brooke.ai is truly a partnership. And I'll let Tiffany talk a little bit about what's coming and how this is going to change the way our customers truly will gravitate towards this type of experience. I have to tell you guys, when I picked up the first time and I actually called a dealership here locally, a large dealership group here local to me that was using Brooke.ai, I was kind of shocked. I was like, I don't know, let's see how this goes. And I have to tell you, it was very pleasant actually. And I was surprised how well Brooke could really handle my questions, the difficult questions. And Tiffany kept on sending these recordings to me all the time. And she's like, check out this one. And I think that when we talk about innovation, it's important that innovation not only fits the dealership needs, but it's got to fit our customers' needs too as well. And I think that that's where the true partnership comes together, is that this truly, you take the world-class scheduler like Xtime has today, that's really making sure that dealerships can bring in these customers, but most importantly, taking care of our customers, but also investing in you as dealerships in the future to make sure that this partner continues to grow and also innovate to help you do better and bigger things as well. So I'll let Tiffany kind of expand about what's coming next with Brooke.ai and Cox Automotive.
Yeah, so we're excited. 2024 is going to be a really big year for us. We have a lot of new functionalities that we're going to be adding to the platform. We're also, doing a lot of big updates to just improve what we have today. And that's something that has actually been launching and will be done in the next couple of days. We're set to be all done migrating to our kind of updated application just before we leave here for NADA in a day or two. And then that new kind of foundation is really going to help us to add a lot of additional functionalities a lot faster. One of the additional functionalities that we've added and is live today for our active stores using the tool is our take a message feature. And I think Skyler's going to like this one too, because I'm not sure he knows about this. Yeah. So we have released the take a message feature, which allows our stores to turn it on by department. So for example, if a customer calls in and says to Brooke, I need a status update, regardless of where they are in the IVR, we find that customers who press 2 for a status update go to voicemail, they end up calling back, they press 1, they get to Brooke and they say, I need a status update. Brooke is going to transfer those to a hunt group that rings all the advisors like we do today. However, if our technology detects a voicemail, we're going to pull that customer back into the Brooke call. And we're going to let them know, I'm so sorry, all lines are busy. Please leave a message and someone will return your call as soon as possible. The customer then leaves that message with Brooke, and we are able to convert that message into a text and send that to the advisor.
That's clever.
And so now service managers can actually see how many service calls status checks are actually getting to Brooke. And then how many of those status checks are being sent to what advisors. And then of those, who's going to be called back. And then the advisors just get a text message to their cell phone with a link to the recording with the actual message that the customer left. And then they can hyperlink, call that customer right back and give them a status update. So again, back to trust, back to improving the experience. We think that that's going to be helpful. We can turn that on for appointment calls as well. We can turn that on for parts, which I think is important. So the parts department can utilize that feature. So that's just one very small example of something that we've already added and is live today for our customers on Brooke.ai. I wanted to play a quick call, kind of our updated application. We have one here to share with you all today. This is not an example of Brooke booking an appointment. We all know, I hope, that Brooke.ai is able to book appointments. I've shown you the data. But I wanted to share a different type of call because I think it pairs nicely with what Skyler's been saying of how we need to be transparent, about how we need to build solutions that work for employees, but also for customers. And we need to be able to help them when they call in. And this call is an example of us being able to do just that. So maybe we can just share like a short snippet and then we can kind of take it from there.
Nissan. Calls are recorded for quality. Hi, Rina. Welcome back. My name is Brooke. What can I do for you today?
I want to cancel the appointment for today, Saturday, at 10 a.m.
I can help with that. One moment while I look up your upcoming appointments. I found an appointment scheduled for your Pathfinder today at 10 a.m. Is that the one you're calling about?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. Do you want to find a better time for this appointment or just cancel it?
Yes, I want to cancel.
All right. Your appointment for December 9th has been canceled.
This is the good
Is
part.
there anything else I can
Let's
do
know
for
what
you?
happens next.
Yes, I have a problem with the Pathfinder. I cannot move, and I'm going to take with the roadside assistant, and I'm going to drop the Pathfinder on Monday.
I'm sorry to hear that. Do you need roadside assistance to bring your car in? Or have you already arranged towing?
No, I don't have any right now, but I'm going to make a phone call on Monday to do that, okay, and to drop in Nissan on Monday, 12.
One last question. Is the vehicle still under warranty?
Yes, it's warranty. It's still brand new.
Thanks. Let me connect you to roadside assistance. Thanks for calling.
So that's an example of our updated technology. We're using ASR. So you hear the accent in that call. Basically, we're just allowing the customers to speak naturally to the application. We can still understand what they're going through. And we're adding things like, I'm sorry to hear that. But this customer is calling in. We got him to roadside assistance. So I like that call example because I think it shows the depth of what the technology is able to do.
Yeah. Amazing. Tiffany. Tiffany, again, great work on the work Brooke.ai is doing. Skyler, thank you so much. This integration with Xtime and Brooke.ai, I tell you what I got out of this today is that you both speak the same language, okay? And it works. It works for our dealers. And if our dealers want to find out more about what Brooke.ai is doing, Tiffany, what's the best way? And are you going to be at any day, end of the week?
Best way is just to reach out to us, proactivedealersolutions.com, Brooke.ai.com. You can find our contact information there. Yes, we're getting ready to leave for NADA, so please come see us at the booth. Our booth number is 4227 West. So I'll be excited to meet everyone in person there, or find Skyler at the Cox booth, and I'm sure his team will be able to send you on your way, our way as well, or reach out if you're a Xtime store. Just touch base with your performance manager. We work pretty closely with the performance management team, so they'll be able to connect you with us immediately.
Super. Well, Tiffany Peeler at Brooke.ai and Skyler Chadwick at Xtime Cox Automotive, thank you both for being here today, and fascinating, and keep up the great work together.
Thanks, Ted.
Everybody, Tiffany Peeler and Skyler Chadwick here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The Fixed Ops Roundtable Certified Program is designed to help preferred dealers and partners with powerful tools and resources.
Learn more at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's a great honor to welcome Tyler Nathan. Tyler Nathan is representing a company at the Roundtable called Jupiter Warranty Management, and our topic today is seamless warranty services. Tyler, I guess we're lucky to have you here. It's the end of January and a time that I know that you're typically very busy.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Ted. Appreciate it. And no problem. This is great.
Well, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and a lot of conversation on this subject. And I want to pick your brain a little bit, if I could, today for our audience. Because, Tyler, there seems to be a trend in the industry, and we're seeing it here at the Roundtable, towards outsourcing warranty administration. I think nobody better than yourself to speak to that. Are you seeing that as well?
Yes, sir. We're seeing a big uptick in just the knowledge of warranty, warranty services. So I've been in the business since 1995, and back in that day, most dealerships didn't even know of such a service. So you spent a lot of time, telling them of our existence, and nowadays, many times dealerships are aware of multiple different companies, and they'll call in and they'll find us on the internet, and it's definitely a different environment for sure. It's exciting to see because there's so many opportunities for dealerships to pick up more money and get their claims processed better with experienced admins.
And Tyler, I want to ask you about that because it seems it's getting more and more complex, all right, to be able to file and capture every dollar, everything a dealer is entitled to, and not anything more. But what does the process look like to a dealer? Let's say somebody watching who's considering your services there at Jupiter.
Yeah, so first thing is our service is very seamless. So what we do is we log right into the DMS. We actually collect the repair order information that way. So what we do is we'll read the technician's story. We'll look at the time punches in there, as long as they're ERO. Sometimes the advisors have to key some additional information in if they're not. So, but most dealerships are ERO nowadays. That means electronic repair order, where they're typing and clocking in the system. So we'll read all that information. We'll put the labor operations in. This saves a huge amount of time from the advisors or technicians or the service manager from having to book the claims. We'll close the repair orders in a timely fashion, so we can do this daily. And then we'll submit them to the manufacturer. We'll follow through till they're paid. We even post payments for them and clean up their adjustments, and we manage the warranty schedule for them. So it's really a full service solution from start to finish. That's one of the reasons why we call it warranty management, not just warranty administration or processing.
I want to talk to you a little bit about communication and how important that is. What differences should a dealer expect from your services versus, let's say, having their own in-house warranty administrator, which I imagine when they come to you, that's probably what they've had for some time.
Yeah, recently I wrote an article on this, the do's and don'ts of warranty administration, and that in Auto Exec magazine. But the article was about where a lot of sometimes dealerships fail in putting in a warranty system. And so one of the things that we do that's very different is we come out to the dealership, we meet with them in person, we help go over things with their technicians and their advisors to make sure that everybody's aware of compliance and that there's a good communication process set up between us and the dealership. Because a big part of it with outsourcing is that you have to have the required information in the repair order. And sometimes in an in-house situation, the admin is running around the shop, cleaning up all these little pieces of things that the technicians and advisors and management should have made sure was done before that admin ever received the repair paperwork. So our system kind of creates that accountability, and as a dealer uses the service and implements it, the quality of their repair orders will improve, because we're going to help them take that information right to the source, to the advisor. We're not going to tie up the service manager and make him our assistant. So he or she is running around, getting all this information for us. Instead, We're going to empower them so that they can manage their people better, get better quality claims, and then we'll code the claims properly and get them paid to the fullest.
That communication part is important. I remember being in dealership, and the warranty administrator, when they're in-house, typically is out there. They're communicating with the techs, all right, making sure that all the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and same thing with the advisor. And a lot of times that, one of the concerns is, are we going to have that good communication when we outsource it?
Yeah, absolutely. That communication is key. So we, like I said, one of the things we do is we'll email the advisor directly, CC management. We also have a new portal that we're about ready to roll out. As a matter of fact, it's in testing phase right now. And the portal is going to allow groups or even managers to actually see all open tickets, if you will. And an open ticket would be anything that we've made a request from the dealer for information. And so, and that just kind of it's a better management tool. But our current system is that we help them set that process up internally.
Warranty accounts for such a big percentage of receivables to that fixed ops department. And it's not going away. It's only growing. It's increasing. And also increasing is that complexity. You alluded to that as well. Each OEM, has its own nuances. I would imagine it's important to have specialized administrators. What do you say about that?
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of the things about our company that is different than many in the industry. So we would never at TBF Jupiter, when you hire us, you get skilled warranty administrators, skilled in the manufacturer that you need help in. And with skilled labor, there's always limits. So sometimes, unfortunately, dealers will come to us and they'll be in a bind. Now, most of the time we can help them, almost always. But there are times when we've maybe taken in too much of a particular manufacturer and we just do not have room. And one of the things that we do to protect our current accounts and protect the dealer that needs help is that we will turn that business away if we can't handle it. So it's always better to be proactive and contact us before you're in an emergency, just to be sure that we have the time to fit that volume in. Normally our turnaround time could be even under 2 weeks. Normally it's about 2 weeks or less, and we can get services started up. But in some cases, if we're tapped out, we're never going to take, let's say, a Toyota admin and have them do your Chrysler claims. We just don't do that here at TBF. We're going to give you a skilled administrator that's skilled in the line that you need help with.
So let's go back to that skilled administrator. And the importance that they're specialized. I agree with that. How do they stay on top of all the, go back to that complexity, if I could, all the changes and all the updates? How do you folks do that? Because I know it's tough for the dealers to do that and capture every dollar.
Yeah, well, first off, a lot of times dealers need to almost look at it like it's a second language. I mean, think about it. Everybody has their first language, or at least most people, unless they grew up in a home where it was bilingual from the start. But most of us think in our primary language, and then we have to kind of translate into another language. And that's kind of what happens with administrators too. When you get a jack of all trades administrator, they're never going to be as good at all of those lines as they are with the first or second line that they do. So generally here at TBF Jupiter, we have a few folks that are amazing and can do a few lines, but for the most part, we load them up with 1 to maybe 2 lines so that they become extremely experienced in it. And another thing that we do that's different is that we have a team of people that back our admins up. So in other words, they post the payments. That's separate. That's not our warranty admin who does that. And we also they reconcile the statement. That allows our admins to actually process more claims. It's not unheard of for our admins to do $700,000-$800,000 worth of warranty in a particular make in a month. So something that's very unusual for the dealer to stumble across is pretty routine for us. And that's where our experience becomes exceptional in our warranty administration, and how we're able to follow all the rules, collect the extra money that's available.
Tyler, I want to talk to you a little bit about compliance. Dealers are under, and are going to be under, more scrutiny than ever. The Safeguards Act is out, the CARS Act, and not only compliance, but data security. The warranty administrator, as well as the service advisor, even in the front end, the finance office, just can't leave things out that are unlocked and available that somebody can access. And, that compliance is going to be more and more important moving forward into this year. What does Jupiter do? What do you do to protect that type of information?
Yeah, first off, we want to caution, dealers. It is true that your data security is always a concern for every dealership. And one of the things that you should be careful of is any vendor that would reach in and grab data, pull it out, manipulate it, and then stuff it back in. Because if something were to happen, if they had a virus or if there was something to happen where those files get corrupted, it could take your system down and cause you all kinds of problems. And so with us, we don't pull any data and push any data back into the DMS. What we do is literally each one of our admins has a laptop provided by us, and it's virus protected and controlled. We also our admins then will log right into the DMS, and they'll only have access to the screens that are provided to them by the dealership. And they will then process the claims just as if they were at the dealership. So we don't pull information out, like I said, or push anything back in there. We are just, our skilled admins are working right within that DMS. So there's no chance of anything getting corrupted.
Tyler, it's an important topic and extremely timely, okay? The warranty services that Jupiter Warranty Management provides. Anything else you'd like to share with our audience here today?
Yeah, just that 30 to 70% of warranty, of a dealership's fixed ops revenue is warranty administration. Some folks think it's going to go up. Whether it goes up or goes down, in the end, what you should do with that revenue is make sure that you're collecting all of it, for one. And number two is if it can be done more efficiently. So in other words, most of our dealerships save money just from hiring us to process the claims on the front end, from doing it in-house. And we can look at that and look at the amount of labor you're paying, and you will see that we're actually cost less. Plus, we do a better job. We help you create more accountability. We're reliable. We're not going to leave you for vacations and so forth. And so it just makes the right sense to sign up for the service and then get all the benefits thereof.
You got a busy week this week, end of the month, and then at the end of the week is NADA in Las Vegas. Will you be there?
Yes, sir. We're at booth 1900W. So please come and see us at the booth. We'd love to talk with you.
All right, everybody. You could see Tyler's information scrolling in the ticker down below. If you're going to be out at NADA this weekend, Tyler will be there with the Jupiter team. Tyler, with your permission, I'm going to invite you back on the roundtable, and let's take this up a couple notches on our next conversation and dig a little deeper into warranty administration. And Tyler, I appreciate your time today.
Thanks, Ted. I'd be honored. I look forward to it.
All right, everybody. Tyler Nathan, everybody, here with Jupiter Warranty Management, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
What's a better way to catch up with everything automotive than tuning in to our Fixed Ops Renaissance? Take a seat with the Knights of the Roundtable, and don't forget to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. And make sure to join us tomorrow for Day 3 of the Knights of the Fixed Ops Roundtable event.